1, 2, 3, 4. Good evening. It looks like everyone's here. So we've got all the staff people. We're good. Welcome, everyone. I will call to order this regular meeting of the City Council of Los Altos, Tuesday, April 26th at 7 p.m. Would City Clerk please call roll and establish quorum?
Yes. Councilmember Flagger.
Here.
Councilmember Lee Ying.
Here.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Here.
Vice Mayor Meadows.
Here.
Mayor Enander.
Here.
Thank you. The full council is present.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. And we have this evening, I think I saw them, Bree and Emery Najarian, to lead us in the pledge. Hello, ladies. Are you ready? Can you say hello and then we'll know your mic is working?
Hi.
Hi. So would you all join Bree and Emery, and you may start when you're ready.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Now you have to tell me though, which one of you is Bree and which one is Emery?
I'm Bree. I'm Emery.
And you're Emery. Oh, good. And so Bree, where do you go to school and what grade are you in?
I go to Covington and I'm in first grade.
You're in first grade. And what about Emery?
I go to Covington and I'm first grade.
You're both in first grade.
Yeah, we're twins.
You are? I'll bet everybody notices that. Do they?
Yeah.
Yeah. I hope you'll always be special friends because that's what happens with twins. Thank you so much for coming this evening and doing the pledge for us. And you have a good evening the rest of your evening. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. I think this is one of the most delightful parts about being mayor is being able to greet these youngsters that come and do the pledge for us. And I see former Mayor Flagger smiling and former member Lee Eng smiling. And I can tell you, Vice Mayor Meadows and Council Member Weinberg, I trust you will enjoy it just as much as we have. Next, we have 3 special items. We're going to begin with an award from the California Park and Recreation Society. And so at this time, I'd like to turn this over to our manager from Parks and Recreation, Jamie Chu.
Thank you so much, Mayor Enander and Los Altos City Council. Andrea, Lauren Merriman is currently an attendee. Could you move her over to a panelist, please?
Yes, I will.
Thank you so much.
She should be transporting shortly.
Perfect. So good evening. As I was introduced, my name is Jamie Chu, and I'm the Recreation Manager for the City of Los Altos in the Recreation and Community Services Department. It is my honor to introduce Lauren Merriman. She is the Region 2 representative from the CPRS, which stands for the California Park and Recreation Society. She is also locally the Recreation Services Manager for the City of Campbell. And I will turn it over to Lauren, who will be presenting us with the CPRS Award this evening.
Hi, everybody. I hope you can hear me.
Are you good? Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much for having me tonight, and thank you to the City of Los Altos. I'm so excited. This is one of the great things about being the Region 2 representative for the California Parks and Recreation Society is that we get to connect with our members and our agencies and present amazing opportunities like this. California Park and Recreation Society is an agency that is California-wide, and Region 2 represents basically San Francisco. Well, we're in District 4, which I am part of District 4, which is San Francisco counties, Santa Clara County, and San Mateo County. And then Districts 5 and 6 go well into California and then all the way down the coast through Santa Cruz and in Monterey counties. So this is kind of my area, and I'm just so pleased that I could be here tonight to present this award to you. Very few professions impact the community or touch as many lives as Parks and Recreation does. The California Park and Recreation Society Annual Awards celebrates outstanding examples of quality facility park design, which is what you guys won your award for, programming accomplishments, effective communications, community leadership, and professional successes that take place daily in our profession. Through our 5 award categories, we highlight the people, places, spaces, programs, and stories that really make communities special. The 5 main categories that we award these awards to is Creating Community Award of Excellence, Excellence in Design, Facility Design, which is what I'm here for tonight, Excellence in Design, Park Planning, Marketing and Communication Awards of Excellence, and Professional and Service Awards. So there's lots of new opportunities for future awards, Los Altos. In 2021, there were 97 nominations for these awards. And I'm so, so pleased to be able to present the award for Outstanding Excellence in Design, Facility Design to the Los Altos Community Center. And I have a little blurb about the actual award. So every aspect of the new Los Altos Community Center, from the architecture and landscaping to building materials and art, strongly tie into Los Altos's rich history and culture. The mission is to create a space for everyone and to continue driving inclusivity and accessibility through recreation programs, services, and social opportunities. The new Sustainable Community Center includes dedicated space for senior, teen, and kindergarten preparation programs, as well as flexible indoor and outdoor community gathering spaces to accommodate rentals, recreation programs, classes, and events. Additional amenities include a playground, commercial kitchen, bocce ball courts, and a space for a future cafe, which you guys all know, of course, because you've been living the dream in your new building. So Jamie has the actual award that she's going to share with you all. I wish I could be there in person to like hand it over to you. And I have just a couple words about this physical award. So CPRS has been working with an LA-based nonprofit called Piece by Piece. And Piece by Piece is an organization that is focusing on low-income or previously unhoused individuals that are invited to learn the mosaic art form, and then they're given the opportunity to share their craft by creating very unique awards just like this one. So Piece by Piece is assisting artists starting their own businesses, and we're just really proud to, I think this is the 2nd year in a row that we've been able to offer these unique awards to our awards winners, and while also helping a fellow nonprofit organization get off the ground. So this is a one-of-a-kind award for your wonderful center, and I can't wait to come and see it again in person. I'll be there on Thursday night this next week.
And I do have sharing my screen so that it's slightly larger, but I will go ahead and now stop sharing so that I can now, the physical award is here with me in my office, which I am here inside the community center this evening. So very, very excited. And I will turn it back over to Mayor Nander.
Only after you tell us where you're going to put it so that we can all enjoy it in person when we go to the center.
Absolutely. That it's still to be determined. It is absolutely beautiful. So we're looking for a lovely spot that can be seen by all.
All right. Well, I want to thank Ms. Merriman for coming tonight, and also thanks the California Park and Recreation Society and Piece by Piece for this gorgeous award. Actually, I think that the only reason we have this building does not go back to the middle, 2015, 2017. It actually goes back almost 40 years with a city council that had the foresight to buy a piece of property when it became available. And even though we used it in its condition, original condition, as it were, for our recreation center and community center for many years, it was really that decision that allowed us ultimately to take advantage of a great project later on. And so I'm going to quickly just thank a number of people and groups that were involved in this. Certainly the City Council in 2017, former council members, Mary Prochnow, Jean Mordeau, Jeannie Bruins, Jan Pepper, and of course, continuing Lynette Lee Eng. The 11-member Community Center Task Force, which worked with the community on what we needed and helped make sure we were going to get what we would be most able to use. So Maria Bautista, Philip Chow, Brian Chilker, Catherine Cushing, Stu Ekman, Stuart Klein, Kathy Lazarus, Barbara Loebner, Susan Menzinger, and Dennis Young, with Chair Claudia Coleman. And that then followed on, for those of you who didn't follow the story, with a development design working group that then worked directly with the architect and with the contractors as it started getting built. And that was Tracy Murray, Jonathan Weinberg, who's a council member now tonight, Dennis Young, and again, Claudia Coleman, who really handled that transition amazingly well. And you recognize this building, you said, for design. And so obviously at the top of that pyramid is Nolan Tam Architects. Janet Tam was amazing. James Gweiss, Dora Polyak, Trina Goodwin, Sophie Jackman, they all were a big part of making decisions, not just before we got started, but as we got into the building to make sure it was going to make everything available to us that we were going to need. So I also want to thank a lot of the people involved in the construction, Joe Caps Jenner, Saul Flores, the rest of the folks at Nova Partners, Keith Gonzalez, Gendati, Kyle Walker, Lance Zerflu, Craig Muhlenhaupt, and the team from the general contractors at Gonzalez and Strong, and the city staff who just did so much, starting with our recreation staff and all of them, and continuing now to Mary Jo, who's taking over running this beautiful, beautiful building. Our former assistant city manager, who was a project leader through all of this. There were a number of people who've left the city now, but I want to acknowledge in particular the people who are still with us, who survived building the community center. Jim Sandoval from Engineering Services, Maintenance Services team, Director Manny Hernandez, Director Leggy, who unfortunately can't be with us tonight from Parks and Rec, and Jamie and everyone else on the staff, as well as our information technology team, Andrew Tseng, because believe me, without technology, the building doesn't work. So the fact that you can go over there and that everything's networked and everything works and there's all that incredible infrastructure for meetings and so on, that's really the final work that our technology folks put in. So we had a vision for the community center to provide a safe, convenient, and comprehensive services to our community. And we have this incredible park-like setting. We're in a beautiful building that we hope will serve us for at least 50 more years. Thanks to all of those people that I've mentioned and many, many more who did parts of this to make it all happen until we were able to open our doors last October. And yes, we are delighted, not just with this award, but to welcome you back, Ms. Merriman, anytime you want to come. And I know that our staff would be happy to show it off to any Parks and Rec director or other people from your organization at any time. We love it and we want to share it. Thanks so much for coming tonight.
My pleasure, and thank you so much for having me, and have a great rest of your meeting.
Thank you. And you don't even have a long drive. Okay, next, another special item. We have Larry Hebb from the American Red Cross. Larry serves on the board of directors, and I'm going to just turn this over to him. And let's see, he is here. Do you wish to share your video? That's entirely up to you.
Yes, let me hit start video. My video has been stopped.
I'll enable it for you.
Stopped
City clerk's going to fix that for you.
it. Okay. Still
You may get a pop-up message that you have to acknowledge.
start my video. Oh, very good. Oh, thank you. Perhaps we'll get out of the shadows here, but yes, thank you. I trust you can hear me and see me.
All good.
Excellent. Good. Well, Mayor and Ander, thank you so much. Thanks to members of the City Council staff and people of Los Altos. Thank you for the ability to speak before you tonight. There are 5 things that the American Red Cross does: disaster services, blood services, preparedness, international services, and services for the armed forces. I'm going to talk briefly on each and try to relate it back to Los Altos and your support and involvement. When we think about disaster services, we think nationally: wildfires, tornadoes, hurricanes, mass shootings, things of that nature, where we will send volunteers and staffers to assist, to be, if you will, the second responders. Locally, it's more home fires, where oftentimes we're there next after the fire departments, and we're there offering shelter, offering comfort, offering a place to stay, perhaps some small financial assistance, mental health counseling. In the area of blood services, 40% of the nation's blood supply is collected and distributed by the American Red Cross. In Los Altos, last year, 9 blood drives and collected 338 units. This year in 22, we've got 16 scheduled, and we expect to collect over 560 units of blood. We're over a third of the way there and tracking well. It's been the faith-based organizations, particularly on Grant Road and Jordan Avenue, as well as the city in the Grant Park Community Center and the school district at Los Altos High School that have been our great sponsors. On the preparedness side, we offer classes: CPR, AED, life-saving, and we also have a program called Sound the Alarm, where we're going into underserved communities, low-income communities, often mobile home parks in Santa Clara County, and replacing smoke detectors, placing smoke detectors, and the like. In Northern California, we attribute 24 lives saved in the last 5 years since the program began to this initiative. You may know us more recently in the news through the international services, and there you've got to remember that the American Red Cross will work with the local Red Cross in the country that we're in. So, for example, the Ukrainian Red Cross. And we'll also work through the International Red Cross associations, the ICRC. And in that regard, we're giving funds, we're giving millions of pounds of supplies, first aid, blankets, comfort, as well as personnel. We have no boots on the ground in Ukraine, but we do have people serving the over 4.5 million refugees that have moved from Ukraine to Poland, to Romania, to Moldova and Slovakia. We also have a program called Restoring Family Links. So in periods of war or dislocation, when families are separated, we'll help put them together. If you've got someone who's been lost in Ukraine and you can't find them and they're a US citizen, go to the State Department. But if they're not a US citizen, you can work through the Red Cross, and our volunteers will assist in those efforts. And lastly, services to armed forces. So we've got people deployed around the world. When family emergencies come up, it's the Red Cross that helps coordinate bringing them back to the United States. So Los Altos has been wonderful in support of the Red Cross in terms of volunteers, both here locally and in the region. Had Los Altons deployed across the country and across the global volunteer capacities, and you've helped us with some of your talent, as some of our board members in the past have been residents. Red Cross gets 0% government funding. We're largely a volunteer-driven organization. There's 10 volunteers for every staffer, and typically there's 1 volunteer hour for every staff hour. So your support has been very, very meaningful in terms of time, treasure, and talent to our efforts. So thank you to the people of Los Altos for your support across so many areas. Thank you for listening to my comments tonight. Thanks for the recognition, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Hebb. I want to first say thank you to the Red Cross and to all of our residents who have volunteered, because the Red Cross really does run on its volunteers, and I'm glad you were able to give that statistic. Do you happen to know when the next blood drive is scheduled for?
I do not, but I can get that information to council by tomorrow.
Great, because we want to be sure that we help you publicize that. And I would like to give my colleagues a chance if anyone wants to either ask a question or make a comment to Mr. Hebb. Thank you very much for coming. I think we're all thrilled that you were here. It gives us a chance to just take a pause and think again about what the Red Cross does for our community and for others across the US and around the world. So, and thank you for your service, because I know you have a quote real job and you're a volunteer yourself. So thanks so much for coming this evening.
You bet. Bye, Mira and Andrew.
Bye-bye. All right, that brings us to our third one. So let me just start this by saying one of the tenets of city government is openness and transparency. And so it's sometimes really hard to do things that are secret. And generally, you're not supposed to do things that are secret. But every once in a while, you need to do something that's a little bit secret. But it's really hard to do when kind of the guardian of transparency, which is our city clerk, is the person from whom you need to keep the secret. So what I'd like to do right now is ask our city clerk to come on video, which I know she doesn't like to do.
Oh, I don't, but here I am.
Here she is. And as some of you know, but maybe not all of our public knows, Andrea Chalamangas is going to be retiring at the end of this week. And so, Andrea, we have a proclamation for you, which I would like to read, and then I'll make some other comments. Whereas Andrea Chalamangas has dedicated her professional life to public service, and whereas Andrea Chalamangas served as administrative assistant in the planning department of the city of Los Altos from 1989 to 1994, and whereas Andrea Chalamangas pursued professional development that led to certification as a master municipal clerk and served for nearly 30 years as a city clerk, And whereas Andrea Chalamangas has served as city clerk of the city of Los Altos from 2020 to 2022. And whereas, as city clerk for the city of Los Altos, Andrea Chalamangas has led efforts to modernize many of the city clerk functions, including implementing an online agenda management system. And whereas Andrea Chalamangas has provided dedicated service to the city during the COVID-19 pandemic, despite never attending an in-person council meeting, and has provided career development to other members of city staff. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Anita E. Nander, Mayor of the City of Los Altos, and the entire City Council and the people of Los Altos do hereby commend Andrea Chalamangas for her exemplary leadership and dedication to public service and wish her well in her retirement. And whereas proclamations are usually the prerogative of the mayor and are signed only by the mayor, I'm asking my colleagues all to sign this for you because I know that all of us have benefited immensely from your assistance during our time on City Council. And we all want a chance to say thank you to you. So I'm going to now go around the room and I'm going to tell you that in order to be sure we're legal about all of this, we have a proclamation everybody can sign. And probably at the next meeting, we'll do whatever the city attorney tells me we have to do to make sure we're legal here about making sure everybody can sign this. But I know that my colleagues would all like to or probably want to say something. So I'll just go around the room. And I'm going to start with the person who's been with the longest tenure. So Councilmember Lee Eng.
Hi, Andrea. I can't thank you enough for everything you have done for the city in your past service and your recent service, and making my life easier and everyone else's life easier. The residents truly appreciate your dedication and always being there to answer questions and provide assistance when needed. I know that you are going to be greatly missed, but I am happy for you to take this time to enjoy the rest of your life with your family. And so enjoy what you want to do and make it the fullest. So, but thank you so much for everything you have done for every one of us.
And now to former Mayor Flagger, who I know spent a lot of time with Andrea in the first year of the pandemic, where you were both facing an incredibly unique challenge.
Thank you, Mayor Andrea. Surprise. I don't know where to start because there's so many things as I sit here and think about, especially the past year when I was mayor, as Mayor Enander said. I can't imagine going through that year without your help. And I mean it sincerely. It wasn't visible to anybody else. But as we transitioned to being on Zoom and conducting our meetings on Zoom, and as you know, a lot was happening last year, you were flexible, accessible, available, willing and ready to do whatever was necessary to ensure that our meetings went smoothly, everybody had what they needed, and the community. That's another thing I want to underscore that Councilmember Lee Eng said. You were so responsive to every single resident, wanting to make sure that whatever they requested, that it was forwarded to the right person and you were responding timely. And so on behalf of the community, personally, I just want to say thank you so much. I will give a very short story. I went in after we were allowed to go back into City Hall. I hope you'll remember this, Andrea. I went back into City Hall and it was the first time I was seeing Andrea ever, but I didn't realize that. And so I said, hi, Andrea, nice to see you again. And she's like, we've never met in person. And I was taken aback because the way you conducted yourself, being so accessible and available, I felt like I had met you. And so thank you again for everything. I wish you all the best in this next chapter of your life. I hope you get to go to Hawaii, Jamaica, all the beaches of the world. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think Vice Mayor
Andrea, you're not retiring because you don't want to do an in-person meeting with us, are you? That's a joke. You don't have to answer the question. But I'm so delighted that you chose Los Altos to bookend your career. I mean, you started here, you're ending here. We're so fortunate. And I've met you even before I was on council, and your grace and your helpfulness. It's just so obvious to everyone you come in contact with how helpful you are, and it comes from the heart. So we'll miss you. I'm sad for us. I'm not sad for you. I'm delighted for you. I hope you get time to be a grandma and all the other fun things that you have in the future. And just thank you from the community, but from the bottom of my heart. You're really an example. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Andrea, there's really not a lot more I can say than what has already been said. But I want to let you know that when I think about you, what I am going to remember is your good-naturedness, your wonderful attitude, and your smile. I always felt calm when I talked to you. I always felt reassured when I talked to you. It doesn't matter if I was having a bad day at work, or I had a city manager who was angry at me, or I had surly kids who were giving me a problem. I always knew that if I talked to Andrea, everything's going to be okay. You have such a great attitude. You are a wonderful person to work with. Thank you so much for everything that you have done for the city. I know that many people don't realize how important it is and how much you have contributed to what makes Los Altos a wonderful place. So thank you so much. All the best in your future endeavors. Your retirement, of course, is well earned. And I'm going to join in my colleagues in just saying thank you again. You are really appreciated.
Thank you.
And I'll just conclude by saying you will absolutely be missed. When you get this proclamation, don't be surprised if there's a little bit of smeared words here and there from the tears we're all shedding about your departure. But they're tears that we're going to miss you, but also that we're thrilled that you're going to enjoy your future years. I know that people think that the city manager runs the city, but we all know that it's Andrea who knows everything that's going on. So if you want to know how to solve a problem, what to do, where to do, how to do, whatever, it's Andrea that can help you out. And you have helped hundreds, if not thousands, of our community members participate in our meetings, commission meetings, council meetings. You have been an integral part of what we all live for, which is open and transparent government. And that's a role that most people don't appreciate, that is so important that city clerks provide. So good luck. Thank you. And we'll get this document to you one way or another before you leave.
Thank you.
And if you want to say anything, and I know you don't normally, but if you do, you're welcome to.
I really would, very briefly. I won't take all 3 minutes, but if I had 3 minutes for each year, I'd have about 99 minutes, but I won't do that. But I just want to tell you what an honor and a privilege it has been to start and conclude my public service career with the city of Los Altos. I came out here from the Midwest at the age of 12, and no, just joking. And Los Altos, I was hired with Los Altos about a year after I moved out here, and I've made lifelong friends, and both in the community and staff. And Los Altos will always hold a special place in my heart. So thank you, Los Altos, for the opportunity. I have truly enjoyed a wonderful career. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And I'm signing off camera, but I will be here till the end. Thank you.
Yes. And that concludes our very important special items for this evening. We did not have a closed session, so there's nothing to report. Is there any change to the order of the agenda that any of my colleagues would like to propose? Okay, then we will move to if there are any public comments for items not on the agenda.
So far, I see 5.
I'm going to ask for you, please, to limit yourself to 2 minutes.
So our first speaker would be Joe.
Hi, good evening, everyone. And I hope, Mayor, you'll indulge me. This item was sort of on the agenda, but I also wanted to chime in from a resident perspective and thank Andrea for the countless times she has helped us out, whether it's me being annoying with letting her know that a video is not up on the website, or asking about a public records request, or whatever it might be. She's always handled it with grace and style. And you know, I've told her this directly over email, but we as residents really appreciate her help, you know, throughout the time that she's been here. And I know it's a thankless job, and there are probably a zillion people pulling on you from all different directions. And, you know, just want to say thank you, and good luck with your retirement. We wish you all the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Mary, I'm having a little bit of problems here. Okay, so our next speaker is Teresa Morris. Thank you, Joe.
Good evening. I'm calling to apologize. I also want to comment about Andrea, but I'm calling to apologize for not identifying myself as a resident when I called in during the joint study session. I was not, and I also want to clarify something. I made a comment about a litter box and Loyola Corners being used as one. I was not referring to the potential residents that will move to Loyola Corners or Los Altos. I was referring to the feeling that Loyola Corners was being used because the process ran out of ideas and areas of how to meet the RENA numbers. I admit my litter box comment was not as eloquent as it could have been. Sometimes I'm not as eloquent as I would like to be. I'd like to request that we all give others the benefit of the doubt. That is how we can be kinder in our city. On that note, I will add, Andrea is amazing. Her kindness is just exemplary. I'm so sad that she is leaving. I'm a bit stunned, actually, that she's leaving. I probably should have known, but anyway, she is the best of the best. And farewell, Andrea, to you in your next phase of life. I appreciate that your respect has always been an example for myself and others within the city and how we need to treat each other, and all the times that you've gone above and beyond, as Joe said, to help us out. So thank you very much, and good luck in the next phase. And thank you also for allowing me to clarify my statement and to apologize for not identifying myself as a Park and Rec Commissioner. In 1 minute time to speak, sometimes I just launch into my statement. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Scott Spielman.
And I also would like to say a special thank you to Andrea. You are awesome. It's been said, but I had to say it as well. Tonight, I'm speaking about how this city council functions. At a minimum, this council is dysfunctional. It clearly lacks teamwork, and it lacks some other things as well. 3 members of this council, Flygar, Weinberg, and Meadows, vote together as a block on almost every issue. They are often rude, critical, and condescending to the other 2 council members. The 3 have dismissive attitudes as well to many residents. In haste to provide bike lanes on El Camino, they voted to remove 280 parking places that will affect small businesses and create safety hazards for pedestrians, as bicyclists will have to ride on sidewalks to avoid the buses. They did not do their homework, and they did not hear all sides. And they break promises. The 3 said no city funding would be provided for a theater feasibility study, and then they voted to donate $38,000 from our Park and Lou Fund, a fund that's supposed to go towards park and recreation activities for all residents. You may say that's a small amount, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. It demonstrates support for their friends' pet projects that the city can ill afford. We face as a city a $22 million revenue shortfall over the next 4 years, with many important infrastructure projects being unfunded. Equipment, police station, infrastructure, these are priorities the city council should focus upon, but this group of three does not care about priorities or about teamwork. The three voted against council norms when they stripped the current mayor of her right to serve as a representative to the County Cities Association. Flygar wanted to keep her seat, even though her term of mayor was up, even though she already had a seat on the group's executive board. Why? Was it to hold on to power and further her political career? My time is up. I appreciate your ears to hear, and there are more things that I'd like to share in the future. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Roberta.
Hi, this is Roberta. Can you hear me?
Yes,
we can.
Okay. So 2 weeks ago at the city council meeting on items that were not on the agenda, a gentleman in our community brought up the pending lawsuit from Andy Jordan, which is totally 100% unfounded. And I think that we all know that when there is a pending lawsuit, that the council members cannot respond. And I cannot think of anything that is more cowardly than attacking a person when they cannot defend themselves. So I just wanted to bring that up and, point that out, that this gentleman was extremely unfair and really biased. And that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nancy Niren.
Hello. Actually, my name is Nancy Martin. That's probably a typo on my part. What I'd like to say is I've been hearing that there is a discussion that is taking place regarding changing the Loyola Coroner's specific plan. And this plan's been in place for quite some time. It was updated 5 years ago. We've worked really hard to keep things the way they are and to comply with the plan. But now I'm hearing rumblings that the council is considering changing the plan in order to meet the high density housing needs. So we obviously are not happy about that. We've been waiting a long time to even have the plan implemented, frankly. None of the things that were on there have taken place, and we've done a lot, but we've been patient. So what I would like to ask is, if you are thinking about changing the plan, we ask you not to, but if that we need to go to the next step, we would ask that you please consult the residents, as you should consult any residents, any group of residents whose homes are about to be abruptly changed. So this would be a very difficult thing for the people who live along the creek in Loyola Corners. It would completely disrupt their lives. So we are asking that you consult us and that you not make any changes, if possible, to the Loyola plan, and just leave things the way they are, and we'll work with you. We can help you find another place to put the high density housing. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Mayor, can you remind people that if they want to speak about housing element and housing element sites, that we've already had a study session on that? So
so I just want to make this announcement for everyone who's here tonight. If you are wanting to get updated information on what's happening with the housing element, please go to losaltoshousing.org. That's the website. You can also sign up there to get notifications about events and information and items and so on. That's really your best resource right now. So then let's move to the consent calendar. Is there anything anyone wants to remove from the consent calendar? Vice Mayor?
Well, I don't want to remove it, but I am concerned about the edits that were made to the minutes because they don't seem to have been made correctly. I think there were some things that were supposed to be deleted when certain things were added. I don't know that it's constructive for us to to do that right now, but we got the red line version this afternoon, and I think it introduced more errors than it solved. So I'll leave it to you, think best to handle that.
Are there any of the other items that people would like to remove from the consent? Okay, I'd like to do this, suggest this possibly, and that is I'd like to entertain a motion splitting this to, I'm not sure if it's properly to table or defer the minutes to our next meeting so that we can have some time to resolve what appear to be some either differences of recollection or some last minute changes that we may not have all had a chance to look at. And then a motion separately to approve items 2, 3, and 4, if anybody would want to do that. And I see a hand raised from Councilmember Weinberg.
So moved.
I think we need separate motions, Councilmember. The first one would be to defer item 1 to the next scheduled meeting, and the city attorney's nodding her head. So I think I got that part right.
I move that we table item number 1 and bring it back at our next meeting.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Vice Mayor seconds. City Clerk, would you call roll?
Yes. Councilmember Flyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee-Ing,
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Meadows,
Yes.
and Mayor Enander.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passes 5-0.
And then Councilmember Weinberg, can I look to you for a second motion on respect to items 2, 3, and 4?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I move that the council adopt the consent calendar, specifically items 2, 3, and 4.
Thank
And
you.
I'll second that, Mayor.
Second from Councilmember Flyer and City Clerk.
Sure. Mayor Enander,
Yes.
Councilmember Flyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee-Ing,
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Meadows.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We will now move to the public hearing, and I'm going to open the public hearing on item 6 with respect to 705 Vista Grande Avenue to consider adopting a resolution approving an application for a tentative parcel map to subdivide the 26,708 square foot parcel into 2 lots. And I believe we have a presentation from Mr. Golden. It's all yours.
Sorry, my mute button was lost. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Steve Golden, the Interim Planning Services Manager. I will give a quick presentation on this proposal, which you just mentioned was the 2-lot subdivision at 705 Vista Grande Avenue. This property is at the northeast corner of Vista Grande Avenue and North Springer Road. The northern property line, shown as a solid black line, is also the city boundary with the city of Mountain View. This parcel has a general plan designation of single family medium lot, and it is zoned R110. The lot size is 26,708 feet. There is a single family house on the property, and prior to recordation of the map, that residence will be required to be demolished, moved, or portions of the structure would be removed and rebuilt to comply with the setbacks and other development standards of the R1 zoning district. And that's included as a condition that's been incorporated into the draft resolution. So this is the proposed tentative map. It's proposed to subdivide the parcel into 1 corner lot and 1 interior lot. And they will be providing a public street dedication of the portion of the lot fronting Springer Road, consistent with required street design requirements in the subdivision ordinance. As shown on the slide, Lot A is the interior lot, and the proposal complies with the minimum lot area, lot width, and depth consistent with the standards of the R110 zoning district, as shown on the table on the right portion of the slide. Lot B is a corner lot, which it also complies with the R110 zoning district standards. And you'll recognize that the width is for corner lots is 10 feet wider, and also the lot area requires an additional 1,000 square feet. So that's the difference between the corner lot requirements and an interior lot requirements. The hatched area along Springer Road is that 25-foot wide street dedication, and there's also a 25-foot radius at that street corner. And those are the requirements per the design standards that, again, is in the subdivision ordinance. We reviewed this, and this proposed subdivision complies with the general plan policies, including the land use element, the housing element, infrastructure and waste disposal elements, each which have specific policies that pertain to residential subdivisions, and all of that's been detailed in the agenda report and furthermore in the resolution. This item was taken to the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission held a public hearing to consider this proposed tentative map to create the two lots, and the Planning Commission did vote unanimously to recommend approval of the subdivision. So staff is also recommending council approval of the application. There is a draft resolution that's included in the agenda report as attachment 1. It details all the findings and conditions, including making findings that the project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. And just to remind you, this project is subject to the Housing Accountability Act, and it basically states that if the housing development project complies with the city's objective standards, then the city must approve the project at the density proposed, and staff finds there are no specific, there's other findings that could be found to warrant denial under the Housing Accountability Act, and staff doesn't find that we can make any of those findings, or that you can make any of those findings. So we are recommending approval of the subdivision application. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. And there is a representative from the applicant, and I believe they would like a chance to present some information as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Golden. I think in the interest of time, maybe we can get the applicant to present, and then we can do one round of questions. If council has any that they can direct either to the applicant or to staff. I think I see our applicants here. And I don't know whether you have an actual presentation or you just want to speak to council.
We had a presentation, ma'am, but I think we are represented by our representatives probably having technical difficulty. So
let's give them a moment. Do our city clerk, is there technical representative in the panelist group?
You know, I am unsure of their representative's name. If you could let me know, and I can see if I can assist them, find them and assist them.
So
it's Burhan Baba. You see them, Burhan Baba.
Mayor, one thing that might be good to ask the applicants is, you know, if they don't do a presentation, do they accept the conditions of approval with this project? And that might speed things along.
City Clerk, I see the name referred to. Do you
I
see
do.
this?
Yes, I do too. I have asked to unmute that individual.
So while they are figuring out, I just have a few lines to say.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, so we wanted to really extend our thanks, and we wanted to say that the city, thanks to the city council members and also to the planning division, staff and planning division members who have helped us with, who have guided us all through the process. We would just like to state that Sandesh and I moved to the Bay Area about 15 years ago, and we called this area as our home. We laid our roots here, and we were blessed with two wonderful kids aged 6 and 11 who attend public schools. Being part of the Los Altos community has always been our dream, and we were lucky to have found an opportunity to do exactly that last year, where we found this great place. Sandesh's brother, who lives in San Mateo, he's about to start his family and he wants to move down closer to us. This home would give us this unique opportunity to be closer to each other. And that's the reason where we are proposing to subdivide the lot and construct 2 single-family homes, abiding by city rules and guidelines. And Los Altos, we really love that Los Altos has such a great culture, welcoming, respecting, and supportive neighbors. We want to be amongst you all, and we respect you to support our proposal to subdivide this lot.
And have you had an opportunity to review the conditions and requirements for? Okay, and you accept those?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, we have, I think the staff and planning commission staff especially were very, very, forthcoming with offering their help and walking us through final details, answering a bunch of our questions. I think as I understood it, definitely, I think this is as per, this is acceptable to us.
Great. We're still not able apparently to connect with Mr. Baba, so I'm going to turn to council and see if anyone has questions for staff or for the applicants. Oh, wait, maybe we have microphones working.
It appears as that he's unmuted on our end.
Mr. Baba?
Hi, good morning, good evening, everyone.
Good evening, we can hear you.
We seem to be at the disadvantage of not being able to see you or see your presentation. Do you want to maybe speak through any important points to the council?
Of course, as our client. So can we share the presentation right now? We have the.
You should. I am asking you to share to be able to share your video.
I'm trying to be able to come on the video.
Okay.
Just give me a second.
Yeah. There we go.
We can see you.
We can see you now. So
yeah.
I don't know if you've ever used this interface. Do you know how to share screen if you have a presentation?
Sure, just give me a second.
Oops.
Shikha, are you able to share the screen? Otherwise, I am having some trouble out from here.
Yeah, we'll be able to share. I'll need 10 seconds more. I should be able to share.
We'll be able to.
Sorry, all the members.
Sorry for the delay.
There are always challenges with these technologies, so we'll be patient.
Thank you so much.
I also have a copy, and I can share my screen if you want to.
Okay, yeah, Steve, why don't we do that?
Sorry.
Perfect.
Yeah, Steve, why don't you go ahead and do that?
So this is from the applicant. I'm just sharing my screen for the purpose. So let me know when you want to move forward.
We can see everything, I think, now, Mr. Baba, you can proceed. And just let
Perfect.
Mr. Golden know when you want him to change slides.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much for the opportunity for listing us on the City Council agenda today. And once again, a very good evening to one and all. Moving to the next slide. A quick brief about the family. Shikha would like to quickly talk through about the intent of the purchase of the lot and further how we wish to subdivide and use it.
Yeah.
Shikha, Sandesh.
We can move to the next slide.
Yeah, we spoke through that part.
Yeah.
So
Okay, perfect. Talking about the project timeline, we started in June 21 with the proposal for subdivision and went through 2 rounds of submissions of the T-map, and the project was finally deemed complete in December 21. We addressed all the conditions of approval subsequently and resubmitted the 3rd T-map and was listed with Planning Commission in March 22. We were approved and recommended to City Council. And today we are here in April 22 discussing at the City Council for the approval of the subdivision. Moving next, about the subdivision details. As you can see, for the total lot is subdivided into 2 main lots. Lot A, which is the interior lot, 10,120 square feet, and lot B, 12,166 square feet. However, we have dedicated nearly 4,422 square feet, which is worth approximately $150,000 of land to the city as a street dedication. This is a very generous thing done by our owners, Shikha and Sandesh, to be able to help develop the street at Springer Road. As already Steve has gone through, it's completely compliant with all of the guidelines. Moving next with our neighborhood outreach summary. We personally reached out to our immediate neighbors and persons who may be concerned with this and spoke to them, and also were able to collect immediate responses and support letters. Moving next. This is the format of how we reached out to each of our neighbors and have clearly documented their support for each addresses here. We also received some minor concerns and comments from the neighbors talking about the points such as that response to what can be impact on privacy, uniformity, or density, and each of this has been very well addressed and also during the Planning Commission discussed and approved. Next, talking about the tree protection, we have tried to retain all the trees, protected trees on the street, barring those recommended removal by the arborist due to ill health. Secondly, due to interference, majorly with high voltage lines, and which can be a risk to life and property at a later stage. Moving to the last slide, we have provided a summary of the current status of the trees, which are best recommended removal upon the completion of the subdivision. Steve, can we go to the next slide? Yeah. As you can see, these trees are highly pruned. On one side are the high voltage utility line, these are classified as drought stressed and yeah, recommended. Thank you so much once again for the opportunity, and thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Golden, for that. I'll go around, take questions. Mr. Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, both to staff and the applicants. I also attended your presentation to the Planning Commission and found that just as informative. I just have one question. The corner lot on the what is that? I guess the northeast corner, there's like a little nub that goes out, and there would either be a nub on the interior lot or the corner lot. I'm just curious why you put it on the corner lot. It seemed like it would more naturally fit with the interior lot.
Mr. Baba, I think that's perhaps you
Correct.
or the applicant.
Yeah, we can take that. Of course, this was to have a very complete definition of the lot A, which is the interior lot. It is a very small notch, and since the lot B is going to be occupied by the owner, we kept it that it will of course be used for any kind of planting and landscaping, and does have absolutely no impact on either of the lots.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Liang?
Thank you, Mayor. I just needed to confirm because in some of the documents we received, and I see on your diagrams here that Lot A is 10,120 square feet, because some of the documents we have in our paperwork states that it's 11,120 square feet. So I wasn't quite sure, so I just need to verify to make sure that we have the proper dimensions or measurements that we need to capture if you're going to, as we move forward on this. So I'm just saying, based on the information you presented tonight, it's as you presented, that Lot A will be 10,120 square feet and Lot B is 12,166 square feet.
That is correct.
Confirm.
So then my question would be to the city attorney is somehow, can we clarify this in our resolution, or we got it captured correctly to make sure, Steve, if it's.
Yeah, so the resolution exhibit does the conditions of approval, it references the map that's submitted and on record. So
Yeah.
we have this. There was, I think, in a previous version that incorrectly, some error on the surveyor or engineer that put 11,120, but the dimensions clearly it's 10,120 square feet. So that was the engineer.
Just want to make sure moving forward, we're all clear and this is documented correctly.
And then this is just the tentative parcel map. So when it becomes a final map, all these meets and bounds and all the numbers will be matching up to show that it's in substantial compliance before it's recorded. So we have another chance to make sure, double check that the description is accurate.
Okay.
Yeah, and just to be clear, sometimes those final maps, when they're actually tying it into the existing boundaries and the benchmarks, things slightly change, and that's why there's this plus minus sign. It's ever so slightly sometimes that they need to make some corrections based on some other engineering stuff at the final map stage, but that's what happens at that stage.
So then my question to you, Mr. Golden, is the dedication of land to the city and then the improvements that will be made, is it on the part of this party, or is it going to be on the part of the city?
Well, the
Because it
applicant,
becomes city property.
right, so the applicant provides the dedication. If there was specific improvements on Springer Road, then they would be required to install those improvements. But because there's a soft shoulder at this location, it will continue to have that. And if the city decides on some other major improvement of Springer Road to widen it or to do other improvements, then the city at that time would make those improvements. But as it is right now, and as our engineers have responded to some questions, it'll just remain as a soft shoulder.
Okay, thank you so much. I just wanted to make sure the public is made aware of that too.
But the land will be dedicated to the city in the future to be able to make those improvements. So it's dedicated to the city.
Right.
Okay, I just wanted to know, about the resurfacing and stuff. Thank you.
Anyone else? I just have one quick follow-up question to that, perhaps for Mr. Golden, and that is, once we get into construction and so on, who's responsible for restoring that soft shoulder to a suitable condition and where it can accept runoff from the street and so on? Is that on the applicant or is that on the city?
Just like any sort of residential site, they will be doing improvements and they're required to do, well, if you want to call them improvements, but whatever the standard is in this location, which again is just a soft shoulder, they will most likely, at least for the interior lot, be putting a driveway in to access Springer Road. And then depending on the orientation of the corner lot, they might have a driveway on Springer Road or a driveway on Vista Grande. And the corner lot will have to do sort of those, if you want to call them street improvements on both sides or both edges. But again, on Springer Road, since it's a soft shoulder, it's just going to be mostly just some landscaping or left kind of in gravel.
Yeah, I'm just wanting to be very clear that after construction, because it's all going to get torn up during construction, that a restoration to some standard that we have is a responsibility of the applicant.
Yeah, and the part that,
and
major portions of the lot per our water efficient landscape ordinance and stormwater general permit requires it to be covered so there's no erosion, either in a living plant material or otherwise. So it does need to have, you can call them improvements, but they're, again, since it's a soft shoulder, it's a very basic improvement there.
So it's not something that can be then used as a parking strip.
That's a good question. I'm not certain about the viability of parking on Springer Road, although I believe that there could be parking on Springer Road, but just the location, I don't suspect there's too many cars that park on Springer Road here.
Okay, and we'll get more detail, I'm sure, when the project comes forward. Councilmember Lee Eng, did you have a follow-up question?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Perhaps Mr. Babu, is that correct? Or Dada, Mr. Dada?
Yeah, I'm here.
Just so we're clear, your intent is not to, or I guess maybe I should ask the city attorney first, because not everyone is aware of the Q&A that we submit to our staff or our attorney. But just to be clear, that this is not a SB9 application. So if the owners, City Attorney Houston, if the owners so choose to, because once this subdivision is approved, that these lots cannot be re-subdivided as SB9, or can they be re-subdivided as an SB9?
Because they're going through the MAP Act for this subdivision, these two lots could be further subdivided under SB9. And so, but I don't believe that's their intention. But
Right.
It's not like they're going through SB 9 first, that then has some restrictions on further subdivisions. This is going through the MAP Act first, and then the 2 lots created could be further subdivided. But that would be clarification.
Right, and that's my question to Mr. Dada next, is Mr. Dada, so it is based on the information I see before me, it is your intent not to resell for further or re-subdivide in the future?
That's correct. We are not re-subdividing any portion of the already subdivided lands. So these remains as 2 independent parcels to be used by the families.
Okay, I just would appreciate it.
Yeah, but we can't condition this subdivision.
No. So I just appreciated hearing from you what your intent was, and I think the public appreciates hearing that as well. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. There's no further questions. Is there any discussion? Otherwise, I would take a motion.
Is there any public comment, Mayor?
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, my apologies. Thank you. Do we have any public comment on this project? I hadn't seen, oh, there's one popped up. Okay.
I see one hand.
Yes, so let's go ahead and give Ms. Valdez up to 3 minutes.
Okay, our speaker is Janine Valadez.
Hello, thank you. I'm a park commissioner, but I'm speaking as a resident. You probably can't answer this question, but I would imagine many people in the general public, such as myself, are wondering why a ceding of land needs to occur to the city in this case, and what the ramifications would be, you know, what the obligations are therein and why this is happening. I've seen other subdivisions happen, and I'm not familiar with this particular location. I mean, I'm familiar with the location. I'm not particular with the parameters of this particular project to understand why the ceding of land would happen, other than for access to the street, because before the house fronted on Vista Grande. So hopefully somebody can answer that, because that is a very valuable land to be giving up. So I'm curious about that. And then finally, I'm glad the clarification was made that because this is not an SB 9 project, that we can't impose constraints on what happens in the future with this lot. But I wish the families well, and I hope their houses turn out to be everything they want it to be. Thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney or Mr. Golden, which of you, I think this is an important issue to make sure the public is aware of why we require this dedication.
Well,
can you clarify that for us, Ms. Houston?
Yes, and I'm sure Steve can chime in, or Laura can chime in too. Under the Subdivision Map Act, you can require dedication of land for access to the parcel, and it would be for future road widenings. And so at the time of the map, you can require those dedications, and they will be shown on the final map, and they can be accepted in the future or they can be rejected in the future. But we can only take the frontage or that right of way that has nexus to their parcel. So it's limited. So Steve, do you have anything else you want to say? It's a map act. It's a common map act condition that you can get right away for future expansions of the street.
I think it's most typical and where we have irregular street paving and things go out and in and out and in. And in some cases, we actually already have right of way to, I'm going to call it a contiguous area there to this, so that it's just kind of extending it because we legally can now.
And we have a street plan. And so when we get the opportunity to have these dedications, ultimately we are going to have a street that's not going to go in and out and vary all over the place. So this is how we kind of correct that. And I'll let Steve chime in some more.
Yeah, it's for the public benefit of, and like Jolie said, at the time of subdivision, this is our opportunity to get dedication. Subdivision is not a right, it's an entitlement. And so this is one of the things that we get to ask for or require. Under our subdivision ordinance, I'll give you the section 13.20.100. We have street standards, and for major streets, the right of way is up to 90 feet wide. Currently, the street is only 20, the half street is only 20 feet. So that's why we're asking for additional 25 feet. You'll recognize on Springer Road, it does widen and narrow in certain places. So when we can get dedication, we do, and it might be sometime in the future that some roadway project will use that space, but this is pretty much the only time that we can get dedication without another process, which would be a little bit more cumbersome for the city.
And I'm going to formally close public comment, which I didn't do, and ask Councilmember Flagger, do you have a question or a comment or?
Mayor, I am ready to make the motion. I would like to make the motion, so I'll wait for the discussion, and then if you could come back to me, that'd be great.
Councilmember Weinberg, do you have a comment or discussion, or are you involved with the motion?
I had the same idea as Nisa. I was going to make the motion. I'm happy to second it when the time is ready.
Okay. So I don't see anyone else wanting to say anything, so I'll go back to Councilmember Flagger for a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we adopt resolution number 2022 the number will be added by your city clerk of the City Council of the City of Los Altos, making findings, adopting an exemption under the California Environmental Quality Act, and approving the subdivision application for a 2-lot tentative parcel map at 705 Vista Grande Avenue.
Councilmember Weinberg?
Second.
City Clerk?
Councilmember Lee Ing,
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Meadows,
Yes.
Mayor Enander,
Yes.
Councilmember Flagger.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
And I want to also extend our welcome to Mr. and Mrs. Tawari and to your extended family who are going to be joining you. What a wonderful way to be able to have your families together.
Thank you so much.
And we'll move on now to item number 7, 376 First Street, to consider adoption of a resolution, making findings, adopting a categorical exemption under the California Environmental Quality Act, and approving the design review and subdivision applications for a 15-unit multifamily project at 376 First Street. And I think, Mr. Golden, this one's yours as well.
Yes, and I'm going to try to pivot here. And if the city clerk can also, I don't know if you're able to make Brett Bailey a panelist. Oh yeah, I do see him there now. Okay, just get my screen going here. Just let me know when you can see the screen.
You can see it.
Okay, you introduced the project. So this project is shown on this kind of aerial map, which is identified as number 3, located on the southwest side of First Street between Lyle to the south and Whitney Street to the north. The project will include the demolition of a 1-story, 3,600 square foot commercial building and construction of a new 4-story multiple family building with 15 condo units, 1 level of underground parking with 23 parking spaces. The majority of those are using mechanical parking lifts, 12 bicycle parking spaces, and a common usable rooftop area. I just wanted to bring this map forward because it does show you the abundance of projects that have been approved over the last 10 years or so along that south corner of the downtown area, that triangle area. There has been a lot of projects on First Street, as you know. There is 389 First Street, 425 First Street, and 450 First Street under construction. The council recently approved the project at 440 First Street, and there's also a project at 355 First Street, which was continued at a February council meeting. So just a number of projects in the downtown area. This is a Google oblique imagery view of the property. The existing site is 0.2 acres in size. Again, it includes the commercial building, which is currently being used as a restaurant. There are 10 surface parking spaces on the lot. To the north, which is actually to the right-hand side of the slide, is a commercial building, a parking lot, and what's now Draeger's Market. To the south, or the left-hand side, is a building comprised of, it's 1 story in the front and 2 stories at the rear. It's mostly used as administrative offices. And across the street along First Street are mostly 1 and 2 story structures with a variety of personal services, administrative and professional offices, other commercial uses, and also, as mentioned before, the residential project at 355 First Street, and there's another project at 349 First Street, which has just been submitted for review as well. As you can see in this aerial view, the sidewalk along the front of the parcel is really just an asphalt walking surface. It's not consistent with the standard city sidewalk. There's no landscaping in the front yard, which is required by the zoning code. So the project will improve the frontage of this lot, but there will be sidewalk gaps to the south of the subject site, again to the left-hand side of this slide, and this project won't fix those sidewalk gaps at this time. There's 5 existing trees along the right side property line, and those trees will be removed. There's also 6 trees at the rear. Unfortunately, this image for some reason doesn't really show them, but they are installed in the county land, which is adjacent to the expressway right-of-way. And those 6 trees will remain on the county property and should not be impacted by this development. Moving forward, there's been a number of public meetings that's already been held on this project, starting off in a Planning Commission study session, and at the end of the year, in December, Complete Streets Commission reviewed the project and recommended approval with conditions. And then the Planning Commission reviewed the formal project in February, and they also approved the project with conditions. The applicant has addressed the conditions of both the Complete Streets Commission and the Planning Commission, and those are discussed further in the agenda report. And I'll be touching briefly on some of those, and the applicant will also dive into a lot of the design changes that have been incorporated into the plans subsequent to the Planning Commission meeting. I just wanted to sort of highlight that there are a number of state regulations and local codes that regulate the proposed residential development. They include, but not limited to, all these sort of regulatory categories that are shown on this slide. Be advised that there's certain state laws which I'll discuss a little bit further and have a lot of detail in the agenda report that requires specific findings should the council not consider adoption of this residential project. With regards to the regulations that don't apply to the project, they don't apply because the application was submitted prior to the effective date of when those regulations came into being. And then diving into the density bonus request, just wanted to touch on these a bit because they do drive a lot of the design and the components of this project. They are eligible for a density bonus, and we again expressed the details of that in the agenda report. And they did that by providing 25% of the base units as income restricted units at the moderate rate level. This project is a little bit unique because there is not a density maximum in the zoning code for the CDR3 district. So this is a project where we asked them to provide what we call a theoretical base project. So we said, well, use the average unit size of your project and design a project that fits within the height limitations and the setbacks and give us that design, and that becomes the base unit. That is shown in the density bonus report that the applicant submitted. And that resulted in a 12-unit project. Again, because they're providing 25% of the units as income restricted units, they it entitles the project up to a 20% density bonus, which is 2.4 units. We always round up, so that becomes a total of 15 units. There, I would say in the agenda report, the consistency with regards to what the percentages of the project are affordable, we are trying to strive to use always the base project. I know there was some differences in the agenda report. I think the city attorney had corrected in some places and not others. And so we're going to strive to call out the percentages based on the base density. Not necessarily the total units, but the base density. So I just want to make that clear. Moving on, the density bonus also allows the applicant to request concessions. Again, 25% of the project is affordable units, and that makes the project eligible for 2 concessions. They are asking for a building height concession, whereas the maximum building height is 35 feet. They're requesting a building height of 55.1 feet. And also they are asking a concession for the front yard landscaping, which is required to be 60% landscape. And they are asking for a reduction down to 20% of the area. There are specific findings if the council does not want to approve these concessions. Those are detailed in the agenda report. I'm just making you and the public aware that the council is required to make findings if we do not allow those concessions to be applied to the project. In addition, the applicant is allowed to ask unlimited number of waivers based on density bonus law. They are asking for 3, which is shown in this slide. One of them, the first one, the elevator overrun and the stair overrun, it ends up being a moot point based on where staff considered the building height. I'll show you another slide, but the standard is that the elevator overrun and stair overrun can exceed the building height by up to 12 feet. In their minds, they were exceeding that, but it becomes a moot point based on what staff considered the overall building height. Their other request was to encroach into the clearance area for parking spaces. this project has mechanical parking lift. So they are potentially encroaching into that 18 by 9 by 7 foot space, and they're asking for a waiver for that as well. And then finally, they're asking for a setback for the front yard to reduce it to 8.4 feet where 10 feet is required. Again, there are findings which have to be made if the council is not going to approve these waivers, and those again are detailed in the agenda report. And then finally, the density bonus law allows the applicant to ask for a reduction in parking spaces. I'm trying to focus your attention to the right side of this slide. With the alternative parking, the density bonus law allows them to reduce the minimum parking down to 19 spaces. They are providing 23 spaces. And I'll show you another slide with regards to that. So overall, those are all the density bonus requests that are being considered in this project. Moving on, here we go. This is the site plan, which shows the project at street level. The driveway access to the property is in a similar location as it exists today. Again, the standard sidewalk area with an additional, at least a minimum of a 1 foot easement to increase the width of the sidewalk will be provided along the frontage. Again, the sidewalk along the south side or to the south or the bottom portion of this image is going to remain as a non-standard sidewalk, which it just has asphalt. They are proposing a bike rack at street level, which is considered a category 2 or class 2 parking for bicycles, which parks two bicycles. That's located to the left side of the street entrance or all the way to the left of the building. And then all the way to the right-hand side next to the driveway is a temporary trash staging area, which will be just used on trash days for that purpose. Again, the front yard setback, they're asking for a density bonus or DBL, density bonus law waiver, to reduce it down to 8.4 feet, where 10 feet is otherwise required. And the rear yard setback is setback at the ground level, it's set back at 12.2 feet, but upper stories are set back at 10.33 feet. And you can see how that compares to the required setbacks in the table towards the top. They are providing landscaping, which is detailed further in this slide, also in the design plans provided to you. Again, another of their density bonus concessions is the front yard landscaping area. They're asking for a reduction down to 20%, where 60% is required. And then in this slide, you can see the rest of the landscaping along the sides and the rear. There is some limitation along some of the sides for ground ladder access for the fire department. Moving on to the lower portion, the underground parking area, they are proposing 3 at-grade parking spaces and then 20 parking spaces on a mechanical lift system for a total of 23 parking spaces. Again, there's only 19 spaces required per density bonus law, so they exceed that standard by 4 spaces. They're also showing a bicycle parking enclosure at this level, which should accommodate 12 spaces. And they incorporated electric outlets for e-bike charging, which was a recommendation from the Complete Streets Commission. They are also providing EV parking spaces, which is integrated into the mechanical parking lift. And then the at-grade accessible parking space will also be EV ready. And then moving on, sorry, my slide is a little bit slow here. Here we go. with regards to the actual upper stories, or 1 through 4, is where all the units are proposed. The project does consist of 15 units. There's going to be 8 one-bedroom units and 7 two-bedroom units. The applicant is proposing the 3 moderate rate units, which comprises 2 one-bedroom units and 1 two-bedroom unit. I've shown here the areas where those, and floors where those are being proposed. And those are further broken down on the title page of the design plans. If you want to know on each floor what the size of the unit and the type of unit, you can see that on the title page of the design plans. And then all the way to the top of the building is the active roof deck area, which is accessed by an elevator or stairwell. It includes a covered trellis, a fire pit, a barbecue island, jacuzzi, and seating areas. And then there's also rooftop mechanical equipment, which includes photovoltaic panels to serve the building, is proposed on the rooftop. This is the cross section of the building. Just wanted to bring this forward to show you, again, at the garage level, you can see the pit where the mechanical lifts go down into. And then I'm pointing out here where staff considered to be ultimately what the most conservative or tallest portion of the building, which is the top of the trellis feature. That's what we consider the top roof deck. However, this is one of those structures where there are different types of roof structures, both sloping and flat roofs, that are incorporated into this design. And there's varying heights of the active roof deck area. So there are different considerations of height. And so ultimately staff looked at this and said, well, this portion of, if any portion of the roof, this is sort of the tallest area. And again, if you look at the elevator overrun and stairwell overrun, it doesn't exceed the 55.1 feet by more than 12 feet as allowed in the code. So that becomes a compliant elevator and stair overrun. Whereas it doesn't need the density bonus waiver concession. I have a series of slides of the elevation drawings. I think I'm going to skip them for now because I think the applicant's architect is just going to do a much better job talking about the design, which I actually like to talk about the design, but I'll leave it for the architect. I just wanted to again point out that the element that I'm showing with the arrow is where we measured the top of the roof. But again, there are other elements of the roof which are lower than that. So again, just different elevation views, but I'm gonna let the architect talk about that and save some time here. They are requesting a tentative map. So this is the tentative map. It just creates one lot, which will be further subdivided with a condominium plan to create the 15 units. And it will also assign those below grade parking areas and other common areas through that condominium plan. As outlined in the draft resolution, which is attachment attachment 1 of the agenda report, we believe that positive findings can be made for the subdivision, and staff recommends approval accordingly. And so finally, we are recommending approval of the tentative parcel map and the design review permit applications to construct the 15-unit, 4-story multiple family residential condominium building. And we recommend that the council approve the draft resolution that was included in the agenda report, which details all the findings and conditions, including making a findings that the project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. I will point out that there were a couple items that were incorrect in the resolution. You can see them on this slide. I did send an email to council members today alerting you to these items. Under Exhibit A, section 3B, it should be revised to state that the project is including 25% of the units as moderate rate income units. And then condition 2 should read that there are 2 one-bedroom units and 1 two-bedroom units. There are also some corrections which are more Scribner's errors, which just are some numbering issues that I alerted you to by email today. So just wanted to point those out. Again, if you are recommending or have a decision for denial, there are appropriate findings that would have to be provided. There's a number of state laws that would apply, and you'd have to make findings accordingly if there's a motion to deny this project. So that completes my presentation. Again, the architect is here. He can explain the design probably a lot more eloquently than I can, but I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Steve, for your presentation and the report. It was very well put together, so thank you. So you touched on this, and I'm going to ask a few questions around the building height. So you said you chose the trellis. There's various differing heights, as you mentioned. But I just don't quite understand. The trellis would usually be almost an accessory structure when the projects, at least to my recollection that I've seen at Planning Commission and Council, measure to the roof deck. I mean, you can pick a part of the roof deck or whatever. So I'm still, a trellis is sort of an attachment, a decorative and not an enclosure. So I understand so can you give me more information than you already expressed, or do you just
Sure.
want to say
In the zoning code, there is an accessory structure section for our districts, primarily like the R1 districts, but there's no accessory structure standards for the C or multifamily districts. So, and also because of this was attached to this building, it's part of the building. I think part of the fear was, well, if we didn't measure to the top of the trellis, then council could come back and say, well, why didn't you measure to the top of the trellis? This isn't, and also an interesting one that doesn't, I think, fit the intent or what people considered, like in our what's the definition in building height in our zoning code, which just says a building is either has sloped roofs or it has flat roofs. Well, this building has both, and there's different varying heights of all of the different roof decks. There, if you look at the details, there's a jacuzzi area which is a little bit elevated from some of the other roof deck areas. So it becomes like, well, which deck do you use? And we took the tallest portion of the building. The trellis at the top is affixed to the building. So we just said, well, there is a decking component. It may not be solid, but there's a decking component on top of the trellis. And that was it. But I can kind of understand where people have a different perspective of, what you might consider to be the height of the building and what you see from below. And so
Okay, thank you. And then I didn't see it detailed in the report. And I might have missed it in like the Planning Commission materials, which were the more detailed materials. But often these rooftop decks are counted towards the open space that we require. I didn't see any mention of the open space. So is that part of the factoring in of the roof deck?
So for the CDR3 district, there's no open space requirement. And we have discussed that in some of the other projects.
I think I ask you that every time. Maybe I should have it tattooed on my hand so I can remember that. So sorry. You might have
the CT, I think because we have a lot of projects on El Camino in the CT district, which does have a requirement, but in the downtown, there's not a requirement for open space areas. It is an amenity that the applicant is offering to residents, which creates a common area for different types of uses, passive and a little bit active, but it does provide an opportunity for open space.
Right. Okay. No, that's my lack of recollection. So you might have to do it on the next project too. But anyway, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think my question is really for the city attorney. We're being asked here to, I think it's grant a concession, or in the alternative, a waiver, or vice versa. And I know this was addressed in the questions before the meeting, but I'm sorry, it still wasn't clear to me. When we're looking at these requests in the alternative, how should we be looking at them? Do we look at the original request, and if we make findings not to grant the waiver, then we consider the concession? Or do we just decide whether one or the other applies? Do we need findings that neither of them apply if we want to not grant either? Can you just sort of tell us how our thought process should work, and is there a specific order in which we should consider those?
Well, I can have Eric chime in on this as well, but applicants can switch from concessions to waivers at any time, and they just need to demonstrate to the city that if the concession is requested, then they need to show that, they have to say that there's some sort of financial benefit to the project, or the project, that concession helps finance the affordable units. And then the waiver, if it's requested, it actually helps with the physical construction of the project. So in this case, they requested waivers, and so we shall grant those waivers if they've established that it will help with the physical construction of the affordable units. So
we analyze the waiver request first, and if we deny the waiver, then we have to consider the request for a concession? Or they
requested concessions, and then they switched to waivers. And waivers, if they show that the waiver is necessary for the physical construction of the affordable project, you shall grant it. And I'll let Eric go.
Yeah, to clarify, so based on the recent Bankers Hill 150 case, we've learned a lot about the density bonus law that we didn't necessarily know before. And one of the things we've learned is, based on the court's interpretation of the statute, applicants request concessions. But the language in subdivision E of the statute, which deals with waivers, doesn't actually say that the applicant has to make a request, even though that's traditionally how it's been dealt with. It says that the city shall grant the waiver if it's necessary. And so what the applicant is saying is, we've requested this as a concession. We think that we have demonstrated what we need to demonstrate for you to make the findings as a concession. But if you're going to make the findings to deny the concession, then you need to, under that interpretation of the statute, consider this as a waiver, even though that wasn't how it was originally set forth in the application. So the standard for the concessions relate to cost savings.
Cost savings, yeah.
Right. So the cost saving, there's always a cost savings to increased height because you're generating more revenue without having to purchase more land. And then the applicant has also indicated that to the extent that the height under the city's interpretation of its ordinance for how we measure height encapsulates the rooftop features, those rooftop features will bring in additional revenue that will help subsidize the affordable as well, is the applicant's argument. If you reject that argument, if you accept that argument, then you can stop. You can stop at the concession request. You don't have to consider waivers. If you reject the concession request, then you have to consider the waiver standard, which does the city's height requirement physically preclude a project that the applicant wants to build that has the allowable number of units in it. And under the Bankers Hill standard, you also have to consider in that definition of the project the applicant wants to build, inclusive of amenities.
You can't strip amenities from the
What I'm
project.
hearing is concession first.
Right.
If yes, we're done.
Then stop.
If no, then consider waiver.
Exactly. That's exactly.
Okay, thank you. I'll save the rest of my questions for after the presentation by the applicant.
Thank you, Councilmember Flagger.
Thanks, Mayor. So I'll do the questions for staff, and then I assume we'll do questions again after the applicant. Yes. So Mr. Golden, first question on the waiver related to, I think it's the mechanical system, where it would encroach into the clearance area. Any safety concerns there?
Not that we could identify. These systems have been installed in other buildings, and so we haven't identified a safety issue.
So let me clarify, Mr. Golden. So not a safety concern with regards to the mechanical system. If I'm understanding the waiver request, it's saying it's asking to encroach into the clearance area. So I guess I should even step back and ask a preliminary question. What purpose does that clearance area normally serve?
I think the clearance area is similar to width. So there's a minimum width, a minimum depth, and a minimum height. And so that is supposed to create a space which can park a certain size vehicle. So if one were to encroach within that area or create a smaller space, then you may not be able to park in maybe a practical way certain size vehicles. I think the first question with regards to safety, I think the qualifier should be public safety, and that's where I don't think there's the findings that we can make that there's a public safety issue to install the lift.
Okay. And then my next question has to do with the concerns raised by the Complete Streets Commission members. And based on the report, I think you summarized it with 5 bullets. One was clearly stated in the report that the applicants addressed with regards to the biking parking spaces. But if we could go through just the top 3 and just to confirm whether or not the applicant considered them, and is there a reason why they weren't able to address these concerns. So the first one has to do with including backup power, meeting the backup power requirement. Could you address, I'm just going to go through the first 3, Mr. Golden, and if you could just address them so I understand why, if for any reason the applicant wasn't able to address these concerns.
Sure. The first one, they do have a portable generator located in the mechanical room of the garage area. They mentioned, we asked them about that previously, and they said that's all the mechanical lift needs is a portable backup generator. It is so that's number 1. The queuing of the cars at the driveway entrance. The commission requested 18 feet between the garage door and the face of the curb. I believe that there is now a 17-foot 1 inch to the curb. The major issue with the queuing of the cars is taking cars out of a travel lane while the roll-up door is going up. And since there is on-street parking, although there's going to be some red curbs around that driveway, it adds another 8 feet of area that the travel lane doesn't extend into. So if you take to the face of the curb, it's say 17 feet plus another actual 8 feet to the travel lane, whether it'll be a biker or a vehicle, that's 25 feet to the travel lane. With regards to
parking spaces, right, to get that additional area that you're referring to for them to queue onto the street.
Well, there is marked areas that will be marked for parking on the public street, and so the travel lane doesn't encroach into those parking areas.
Right, but for the cars going into the garage to use those designated parking spaces on First Street, that would assume that we don't have cars actually parked there.
Right, but once you pull the car out of the travel lane while the vehicle is waiting for the roll-up door, the vehicle itself will be outside of a travel lane. So an oncoming or a car that's going in the same direction doesn't have to pull over into oncoming traffic. So it's all about getting the car out of the travel lane, and there should be a 25-foot area for the car to clear the travel lane so another car can pass by. That's the safety issue, is you don't want the car just stopped in the middle of the travel lane and then you get cars backed up or somebody rear ends somebody else because they're not expecting them to just stop in the middle of the street.
And then, thanks, Mr. Golden. And then I'm trying to reconcile. So if I understood you correctly, there's a 7-foot distance between the garage entrance and the curb. Is that correct?
Let me pull up the site plan really quick and then I can.
And that will actually help, because the question I have is I'm trying to reconcile that distance with the front yard setback that they're requesting, I think, of 8.4. So visually, I'd appreciate seeing those two distances compared.
Try to zoom in here a little bit. So, trying to get it so you can see the dimensions on the screen. So you can see that the garage.
If we could go just a little bigger, and I don't have my glasses. But
Sure. Do this. So if you can see here, I'll try to put my cursor, the hand here. So the face of the garage is actually recessed a little bit from the face of the plane of the other portion of the building. So it's recessed back. I'll call it 11 feet from the sidewalk. And then where the face of the curb is, the sidewalk is 6 feet wide. So for a total of 17 feet. And then you can kind of see in the image here, and I'm gonna have to probably zoom out a little bit, that you can see where a car is parked on the side here, and then where you can see kind of a faint line, or the where they've kind of identified the center line of the street and where parking spaces would be. It's kind of slowly coming up. So you can kind of see where the parking space is, and then abutting the parking space would be obviously the travel lane. So you have another about 8 feet there before you get into the travel lane. So the idea, and they're showing it here, where a car can pull off of the street, maybe it went nose all the way up to the edge of the doorway, but it gets out of the travel lane and it does encroach. It's over the sidewalk area, but typically pedestrians, if you're approaching a vehicle, you're going to wait a second and walk around it. And the frequency of that occurrence happening is very low, since it's not that many units in this building. Whereas you want to get the cars out of the travel lane to protect the safety of the drivers on the roadway, as well as being able to allow cars to pass by and not have to wait for the car queuing.
And I think you just also answered the third bullet point then on the visibility at the top and the bottom of the ramp.
Yeah, there is a car coming signage here, and there's a convex mirror, and then also at the lower end of the ramp there was always a sign and a convex mirror down there, but for some reason the commission just added that as a recommendation. I think they just didn't realize it was already there.
And then on the biking spaces, what's the total number of biking spaces? Because I thought I heard you say there was a bike parking area at the entrance level, but then there are 12.
Correct. So there's two standards. One is more of a temporary bike parking at street level, and that is, I'm trying to zoom in, and it's a large file, so it takes time to reload. It's down here. It's called the bike loop, or that's kind of an inverted U, and that's a category 2 at the street level. So it's not enclosed, sort of more minimal security there. And then in the garage, there is a bike room, which will be locked for residents, and that has 12 spaces inside that room. They are showing here with notes that they're going to provide power. I believe they're, so that's a total of 12 spaces, up from, I believe, 10 that was proposed at the time this went in and reviewed by the Complete Streets Commission.
Okay, and then on the parking spaces, do all 23 parking spaces have EV charging?
They are not showing them all to be pre-wired. However, that being said, whatever is the standard per our either the green building code, which would be in effect, or our REACH codes, whichever is I would say more restrictive, or whichever provides for the largest number of EV parking spaces, then it would have to comply with that.
And that language is stated clearly in the exhibit, so we don't need to specify that. They have to comply with it, so we're fine there.
Well, it's an ordinance that this project has to comply with, just like other building code requirements. It's the green building and the REACH codes have been incorporated into our building code. So it's at the time that the building permit is submitted, then those codes would apply.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Golden. That's it for now, Mayor.
Thank you. Questions from anyone else for city staff? Councilmember Liang?
So Mr. Golden, thank you again for presenting information on the project. So help me to understand, because during the Planning Commission meeting, there was some clear information that became, that was brought up about if you sell communications to the developer, that if you sell the 15 units at market rate and BMRs, will they be able to make a profit, and will it be buildable? And it was clear, even with the documentation from information from realtors, that they would be successful in doing so. So help me understand, if that is true, Why would the deck be necessary?
I'm not really sure what your question is, but the deck is, I think you're referring to the active area of the deck. It provides an amenity for residents. They have submitted in a statement that based on inquiries with brokers, that amenity adds value to the construction and therefore offsets the cost of providing the BMR units. And that is the findings that needs to be made as far as just offsetting the units. But there's also, if it's considered as a waiver, you can't necessarily restrict those amenities as a waiver to say that the project has to be built a certain way, that it physically precludes them designing it to incorporate those amenities. But Eric might have some more.
I just want to clarify that financial feasibility isn't the standard for the waiver. The standard for the waiver is that the waiver provides a cost savings to help subsidize effectively the affordable component of the project. So it's not that it's necessary to make the project financially feasible. It's that it helps to subsidize the affordable component. So there's a nuance there.
They're technically not asking for a concession for the roof deck area, the amenities itself. I mean, we don't really have a standard for a development standard with regards to roof deck amenities. So there's not a concession that they're asking for specific to that. They're asking for a concession of building height, but that's a little bit more broad than just the amenities themselves.
Okay, so clarifying on that, most times when people ask for a concession on building height, it's an additional 11 feet or 12 feet. This is an additional 20 feet, 20.1 feet. Can you help me understand that better? Because I just think it's an extreme concession request.
Well, it's the 11-foot concession is an on-menu concession. Those concessions, the council has already adopted on-menu concessions, making a finding that if you ask for one of those concessions, then it essentially can't be denied based on the findings in the density bonus law. You can ask for off-menu concessions, which essentially has the same standard as far as making those findings. And I can repeat what those findings are, but those are in the agenda report as well as the resolution. So it's really, if you're considering not approving the concession, you have to look at those findings and being able to make one of those findings to deny a concession.
Okay. My next question is, I'm starting to see from other developments, or I've read about people having problematic with EV units on these mechanical lifts. I'd like to be sure that how are they going to address this, or do these lifts have a, how is it plugged in? Because we haven't seen a mechanical unit in a live mechanical unit with all the required EV units in it. So have you seen it, or do you have information about them?
I guess you're asking about the puzzle lift system. There's a few companies that are installing them in the Bay Area. And there is one project that has installed them on El Camino Real. And I believe you can ask the architect as far as the sort of warranties and maintenance that is required, but that is something that the HOA will be responsible for maintaining. And it's not, the city doesn't have a standard necessarily for for those lifts. So it's up
Okay.
it's up to the HOA as once this is built and handed over to the HOA, then it's theirs to maintain.
Okay, because I understand that the lifts in the one on El Camino didn't have the recharge system on the lift, but on the other parking spaces. So I just wanted to be sure that we have this, like Councilmember Fligor, ensuring that these mechanical systems can provide for that.
Are you referring to the EV charging,
Correct.
electric vehicle charging?
Yes.
Yeah, you can ask the architect, but I believe
Okay.
companies have all incorporated those EV charging systems because people are now either required to install them or asking for that capability in these. And it's just a matter of being able to wire them up similar to a space that doesn't have the mechanical parking lift. It's just a matter of putting the conduit in and making sure that there's enough space in the panel for the EV charger, just like a single family residence where you might install it in your own garage, making sure that there's enough space in your panel and enough power to have that running.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. I have more questions, but it's for the developer.
Thank you. Okay. Does anybody else have questions for staff? I'm going to hold mine at this point. We have two choices. Do you want to go ahead with the presentation from the architect and questions and then take a break? Do you want to take a break now? It's 9:15. We normally take a bio break about now. Who wants a bio break now? Raise your hand. I think we ought to respect that then. So let's take a 10-minute break to 9:26, and then we'll be back and pick up with the architect. Thank you all. So we'll reconvene and invite the project architect to make presentation.
And while he's getting going with that, I also mention this is a downtown project, so there is a SketchUp model that has been created, and the architect has that. Unfortunately, my version of SketchUp doesn't open the file. So with that regards, it's usually something that staff does, and if you want the architect to run that, I would recommend that perhaps some additional time be provided to their presentation, but that's entirely up to the mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Golden. Let's get through the presentation first. Mr. Bailey, the floor is yours when you're ready.
Brett, I think we're having
Hear me now?
Yeah, we got you. We often have some microphone problems with Brett when I talk to him, so it sounds like
I never know which which speaker to connect. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, beautiful. Thank you. So, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council, it's my pleasure to present our project for 376 First Street this evening. I will speak on behalf of the applicant, as Mr. Jean Unlu. It's been a pleasure working with him over the past several years on this project. He has owned the property here since 1998. And for those of you who may be familiar with his restaurant here, can you see? I'm hoping you can see my screen. He has a full Italian restaurant. He's actually done a lot of the interior work on this over the years, and I've had an opportunity to eat there several times. I highly recommend it. So Jean has asked me to present this evening, and I'll get right to it. So we have made some revisions since the Planning Commission hearing, and so I would like to kind of talk about the design overall, but also in the process discuss some of the things that have been revised since we met with the Planning Commission. So we have created a very welcoming entry sequence facing First Street. That was one of the things that when our initial meetings was very important to the Planning Commission. And we have developed this elevation with two simple gable roof forms at the corners, consisting of the horizontal wood siding, the deep recessed aluminum clad windows with the metal panel accents. And these gable roof forms sit on top of this stone base. This will be natural stone, high quality, will give a sense of permanence. The symmetry of the two gable bays will direct your attention to the entry in the middle. And this color break on the plaster in the middle will further accentuate the main entrance. Since we presented this to the Planning Commission, one of the comments was to attempt to reduce some of the verticality of these gable bays on the end, which are so prominent and essential to the design concept. So we added these horizontal siding elements in between the windows on the fourth floor. This color break further accentuates the horizontality on that fourth floor. It also
excuse me, Mr. Bailey, are you trying to use a cursor to point us at things? Because if so, it's not coming through.
Sorry, Brett, we don't see the revised design.
You're not looking at the elevation?
We're seeing the original that was
No,
presented.
I actually think this is revised based on the graying of the stairwell and the wood cladding on the front of the stairwell on the left. So I think this is the revised design.
Yes. Let me go back to the previous.
We've only seen one. We've only been looking at one elevation, the front, the whole time.
Okay.
Yeah, something's frozen.
Maybe there's a lag. Can you see the previous? It says here as presented to the Planning Commission where my hand is.
Yes, but it doesn't seem to change, and it seems to be frozen because the cursor isn't moving.
Yeah,
So
nothing's moving.
you might want to stop your share and then try to reshare.
Okay.
In the absence, I can pull up the design plans as well if you want to speak through it a little bit.
Okay, can you see the previous elevation now as presented to the Planning Commission?
It's still trying to load. No, we all have black screen.
Would you like me to pull up an elevation and you can talk your way through it? And
let me try one other thing here. It's one thing I've learned working from home. I'm going to see if I can increase some bandwidth here. I don't know if it's on my end or probably sounds like it might be. So let me try a couple things here. Okay. So are you seeing my, let me try to share one more time here.
I think we lost him altogether. Nope, there he is. Okay, yes, we have the front elevation as presented to the Planning Commission. But we've maybe lost Mr. Bailey. His mic.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, apologies. So here's the elevation facing first. This is the First Street elevation as presented to the Planning Commission. And then we made some very subtle changes to the windows on the 4th floor. This is kind of creates an illusion of a sliding shutter, if you will. We've added additional trim around this window, actually all of the windows that are in the wood bays, and I'll show that in a future slide. And then, as the mayor noticed, we also lightened this stair tower element. We did add additional horizontal wood siding to the stair tower, which was a suggestion that the peer architect made. And I'll show that also in a later slide. So we've tried to create a very inviting entry. I think we've been very successful. The flanking pilasters at the entry, we've got a very interesting aluminum panel system, which is the guardrail around the accessible ramp. One of the peer review architects' comments was possibility of residents peering into these residential windows. They suggested putting in some obscured glazing here. We've shown that here in this elevation or this perspective. However, we would like to leave that up to the resident. We don't think that this is going to be used all that often, and we feel like this would be more of an annoyance to the resident to have that view obscured. It is 30 inches higher than the sidewalk, the grade level. And so we do think it would be more important for that resident to be able to have a clear view. But again, you can see the sense of human scale here on the First Street entrance, the stone elements. We've got different light fixtures, which add another sense of scale. We've also added this awning, above the entry, which further accentuates and calls attention to the entry, as well as gives a nice place for the address to the project. Other pedestrian amenities along First Street further give the village character, including the bike rack, bench, stepped planter areas, and then decorative paving and potted plants. We're also providing an additional 1-foot easement along First Street in an effort to improve the pedestrian experience along First Street. So we have a 6'6" width from the back of sidewalk to the face of curb. The garage is also secured with an aluminum roll-up door with translucent lights for a dramatic effect during the evening hours and for added security along the First Street frontage. So I'm going to show you a couple of slides that kind of demonstrate more of the improvements that we've made to the facade. So here's what we've presented to the Planning Commission. Still very beautiful, but we've added that horizontal shutter element. We've deepened these windows so the jambs are much deeper. They're set further in, but I do want to highlight these gabled roof forms are really key to the project. They're the signature massing and materiality of the project. The mix of the parapet walls and the gabled roof forms are very much a traditional spin on a more modern urban structure. And they really do express the town character that's so important to Los Altos. They're also very intentional. It was very much a reaction to a lot of the boxy architecture that we see in many jurisdictions, and we wanted to make something that was truly Los Altos. The windows, the proportion of the windows, and then the deep, rich red color, which is actually called Chutney by Colby Colby. It's a very high quality window. All of these elements, the trim, the shutters, the wood, and then the metal paneling, all really work together to accentuate these corner bookends, which appear on all 4 sides. One of the peer review comments, as I mentioned, was that the stair tower on the south facade felt too massive. We used to have, this was a much darker gray. We lightened that up for the Planning Commission hearing. There was a member of the commission who expressed an interest in seeing further horizontality for that stair tower element. We agreed to look at that again, and we landed on this, so we feel really good about. This is the same siding material, but it would be stained a whitewash gray color. So it would give it a little bit lighter feel, and also plays off of the shutter element on the First Street facade. We also, so it wasn't obvious, we also increased the size of these windows here on the southwest corner, as you can see here. This is the previous west elevation. One of the peer review comments was to add additional shutter.
Hang on a sec. We didn't get the west elevation. We're still on the south elevation.
Okay, let me try this again. Can you see the west elevation as presented to the Planning Commission?
Stand by. It's still trying to load.
Okay.
I think you should try that again. Looks like it's frozen.
Yep.
Okay. Seemed like it went well for a minute after I'd logged back in. I'm wondering.
Looks like it's frozen again.
No, I think you're really stuck.
Um,
How many more slides do you have, if I can ask?
let's see. About 8.
Because we normally give our presenters about 10 minutes to get through things, so
Okay.
we're well past that. But I'm sure everyone wants to know what you did change.
Yeah. Let me try this again. Steve, are you able to pull up the elevations?
Yeah, I can share my screen. Oh, if you can stop yours, I can start mine.
Okay. Thank you.
Give me one sec.
Okay, we have a west elevation. We seem to have lost Mr. Bailey's voice again.
Me?
Again?
You hear me?
Yes, Mr. Bailey, we can.
Okay. So what you're looking at here is the revised west elevation. We increased the width of the windows in the stucco bay in the middle. That was also to reduce the amount of plaster in the middle area. We'll still keep the lattice work for the vines to climb up the building, but we did increase the width of those windows. Steve, if you could just go to the basement plan. I wanted to make a few comments about the parking lift that was brought up earlier. The applicant has stated that he would like to just make all of the platforms on the puzzle lift EVCS. So that is noted there in the pit. We have done that successfully on a few projects. ChargePoint is a company that routinely installs their systems on a Klaus puzzle lift system, which is what we've specified here. And then as you mentioned, Steve, there is a portable generator. We submitted the specifications on that was recommended by Klaus, and they rarely have issues with those, but they did say if there was a power outage, this is how you could accommodate or mitigate that. So the dimensions there for that generator in the mechanical room are reflective of that generator. And then I did want to talk just briefly about some of the things that were done or mentioned by the peer review architect. I know we have gone over several of those. We did compare notes and went back and forth on what we thought was going to add character. And one of the things that was recommended that we add was add awnings to the wood bays on the corners. That is something that we felt strongly about not doing. We want to call attention to the detailing of the windows and the beautiful windows that they are and not detract from that. So I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention. But other than that, we tried to address and respond respectfully to those comments. And I will leave it there since I guess I'm over time. I apologize that things have been so poor on my end here. I was ready to go, and I don't know why it's not coming through on your side. I apologize.
The wonders of technology. So let's go to questions. Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you very much for that presentation. I am very impressed with the changes that you made based upon the recommendations of the Planning Commission. and the peer review as well. And I want to thank you for really diligently taking that constructive criticism and working it into the structure. I do have a few specific questions. Mr. Golden, can you please pull up slide A3? This is the plan for the basement. Okay, could you please zoom in on the mechanical lift, the right-hand part of it near the other bays? Okay, that's good enough. I think you may have answered this question already, but it says that the platform is pre-wired for EVCS. So am I correct in saying that means that the platform that is not actually going to have chargers installed, but the HOA can hire a third party, which would then be able to easily install the actual EV chargers?
That's correct.
Okay, and is that also correct for the handicap stall?
Yes.
Okay.
So be that as it may, we do have reach code standards, and I don't know those off the top of my head, but there may be a requirement to actually install certain level charging systems. It goes beyond the green building code, which I believe requires it to be EV ready. So we will need, or the building division will review those and apply the reach codes as required per city standards.
Steve, I was just going to say, I think there's a certain percentage that need to be EV plumbed or EV ready, and then so yeah, it's going to have to meet the actual code at the time they pull their permits.
Yeah.
Understood.
Okay. And then staying with the mechanical lift, as I understand it, the encroachment is in the height of the parking stalls. Is that correct? It's 6 feet as opposed to what the code calls for, which is 7?
That's correct. I'm glad you're asking this question because what we're showing here is a Klaus system. That's what was specified on the on other projects where we're required to have a 9x18 parking stall. So that width and depth is actually provided here. The only area where we're actually not complying with the 9x18x7 required by the city of Los Altos is the upper parking deck on the lift, which is never accessible by a human being. So if that makes sense. So the 7 feet for the areas that a person's going to be walking in, which would be the on grade level, the basement level, you meet the 9x18 by 7 feet tall.
So in normal usage, then that encroachment will not be suffered by a human being.
Right.
Okay. Mr. Golden, could you go up on that same page, please, to where the bike locker is? This is back on page A3.
I'll try. Just my computer's not having problems with memory.
All right. While you're doing that, actually, let me go back to the lift and the encroachment. Is there any substitute mechanism that could be used instead of Kraus, which would eliminate that encroachment?
So that's an interesting question. There's another manufacturer, was another manufacturer called City Lift. Actually went bankrupt. And we've been funneling a lot of our projects that had specified City Lift to another manufacturer, and the name is slipping my mind. You can do a shorter stall, or I guess clearance. You could go with a shorter clearance, but it would prohibit certain vehicles. So what we've tried to do here is use a system that would accommodate the largest variety of vehicle sizes, if that makes sense.
Okay, if I had a large car, if a resident here had a large car, like, I know, a Chevy Tahoe or something very, very large, which is higher than 6 feet. Is there a way that they could park it on the lift, but let the lift know that it cannot go to the top level, or is that just not something that can be done?
So the way these work is you're assigned basically a sled, if you will, and you're always going to park on that sled, and that becomes important when you've got a charging system. So you're always going to park on the same sled.
Okay, thank you. Looking up at the bike locker, there's a notation which shows power for e-bikes, and then there's 2 arrows. Are those arrows indicating that the entire bike hangers are going to be electrified, or there's going to be an outlet for electric bikes, or is it just those 2 particular stalls?
No, we can easily accommodate power for every bike if we needed to, and so the intent was to show that there's enough power. We could have a plug-in at every space.
Okay, would the applicant agree to do that?
Oh yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on to the second floor. 2 of the BMR units are on the second floor. We generally have a policy of trying not to have all the BMR units next to each other. Would the applicant be willing to move one of those BMR units to the 3rd floor?
I think so. What we tried to do is provide a 1-bedroom and a 2-bedroom. But I think what you're saying is move one of the BMRs on the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we could do that.
Okay. Thank you. All right, and now can we please go to slide A19? Okay, and looking at the picture immediately to the right of the diagram for metal wall panels color brown, I'm trying to match up where those go on the diagram. On the diagram, each place where there is a metal wall panel indicator, it appears to me that the line is going towards something gray.
Yeah, it's intended to be where we've tried to create a 2-story window element on the 2nd and 3rd floor. So between the 2nd and 3rd floor window, there's a metal panel right there, yes. And it wraps around the building, so it's on that exterior corner. And if you go over to the south elevation, it's also along the wall. So it's creating a layer there. You've got the wood, there you go, right there. That's all metal panel on that location as well.
Okay, so where I see the very dark brown, that's the metal,
Yes.
metal wall panel from that page.
Yeah.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, council member. And let's see. Councilmember Meadows, did you have any questions for the architect?
I thank you, Mayor. I thought I didn't, but now I remember I do. So thank you. And I'm sorry, I can't explain. I'm not finding it at the moment in my packet, but there's something that has red spaces or windows and blue or purple spaces, and it talks about absence of space or something. Steve, I don't know if you can pull up that slide if you know which one it is. I'm sorry, I'm not finding it. So I didn't quite understand what that was about. I feel like as many as I've looked at, I didn't know what that was talking about. I don't know.
I think you're referring to the allowable openings.
Allowable,
diagram.
that was it. Allowable, yeah. So what, can you explain that to me?
Sure. Yeah, depending on your proximity to the property line for fire separation distance, you're only allowed a certain amount of opening in your wall. And so this is just to demonstrate compliance. So where you're within 5 to 10 feet from the property line, you're only allowed a 25% allowable opening. So that's calculated. You take the entire square footage of the wall, and then you subtract or well, you divide the total area of the window divided by the total area of the wall to get your percentage. And so the red is where you're within between 5 and 10 feet from the property line. The purple is when you're between 10 and 15 feet from the property line. So when you're further away from the property line, you, as logic might suggest, you can have a larger amount of openings. So that's just to demonstrate how we're compliant. The east and west facades, because we've got, you know, expansive space out to the middle of First Street, out to the expressway, etc. That's a moot point there. So we just demonstrated the two that were, you know, had the side yard issues, if you want to call it that.
I'd never seen that compliance included in a packet before, so I appreciate the explanation. That's all my questions, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Lee Eng.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see. So sticking on this this slide, since you have it up, I was just wondering why the third or the fourth floor, you don't on the north view, the railings does not match the bottom two floor, the bottom two railings underneath. Why is that?
We think it looks interesting. It's a more interesting look. To be honest, or more clear as the kind of decisions that were made here, the railings on the third and second floors are required for fire department access. So they're a means of getting to the sleeping room windows on those two levels. So they're actually, you could think of it as the guardrail used to be actually equal with the fourth floor. The second and third were equal with the fourth floor, but we extended those out. We had some fairly extensive meetings with the fire marshal to discuss how to fight fire, you know, get to the sleeping room windows on all of the facades. And so that was the request that the fire marshal had. So basically an access ladder, it's in our set too. If you want to pull that up, Steve, I could show.
So you don't want a safety measure for the fourth floor and have the ladder access for the window rooms for the fourth floor? And I think it would be more informed to have that.
Yeah, fourth floor is inaccessible by an access ladder. So that's typically done with the aerial access, which is demonstrated in that other slide there. Yeah. So the ladders are only approximately 30 feet long. So they can only serve up to the third story. They can't reach to the fourth story. So we're only demonstrating. Thank you. There you go, Steve. So there's how the ladders will access the sleeping rooms on those floors.
Okay. Somehow it looks off. So that deck on the fourth floor should be extended to match the lower floors. Can you do that?
We certainly could. I don't think it would impede getting access for the fire department. It's just additional expense. I mean, I guess it's all in the eye of the beholder, I guess. I kind of like how it steps. That's a little more interesting to me, but we could certainly look at that if you feel like it is important to extend it out to match the bottom two levels.
Yes. Does your building have trash compactors? I noticed that you have 3 trash units, but it seems a little limited to accommodate that many units.
Yeah, we have spare dumpsters. We've vetted this with the trash management company. We don't want to install compactors. We've had some issues with those in the past, but we do have spare dumpsters. So there will be a time when the dumpster that's below each chute will be in the staging area, and then the spare will be inserted underneath the respective chutes. There's a 96-gallon tote for green waste, and then there are two regular 2 or 3 cubic yard dumpsters for regular refuse and recycle.
When
But
you
yeah,
say
no compactors.
okay, so when you say green waste, you're talking just recycled material or
Green waste, table
Your
scraps,
Right.
biodegradable.
So where do the recycled materials go?
They'd be in the middle chute or the far right chute, and then
Okay.
the green waste is on the far left.
So then truly you just have one chute for trash
Correct.
because you have a recycle. It doesn't seem sufficient.
There are large
Councilmember
dumpsters, and we have vetted it with the trash management company, and they've
Okay.
it's all dependent on the frequency too, the time you pick it up, how often you pick it up.
Okay.
And yeah, I would, just to reiterate, it was reviewed by Mission Trail, and discussions with them were also made, and they do, unlike single family homes, they do increase frequency, and they can pick up any day of the week for multifamily and commercial buildings. So there's a minimum size that they require, and based on their experience with multifamily development, and if they need to increase frequency, then that's done, and that gets charged to the residents there based on how many times per week they need to have pickup. But that's up to Mission Trail as well.
Okay. And then there was a floor plan, the part where you were talking about the metal panels. I guess I want to understand this slide shutter thing. Is it just these 2 gray squares that you have there?
Yeah, it would be, they're trimmed out. There's some vertical trim going down that kind of mimics the narrow window on the side, if you can see that vertical member. But it's essentially the same siding. It's just going to take on a different color to kind of create that accent. But it does have the illusion of a sliding shutter. It won't slide, but it will take on that appearance. And I wish I had the ability to share some of my slides that show that a little bit closer. But it should be a very elegant appearance, and I think it does add, it kind of, caps that 3-story element, the wood bay, and caps that off really, really nicely there.
It just looks like 2 gray blocks, and it doesn't, to me, it's not a smooth transition. Have you thought of putting the metal panels on between the 3rd and 4th floor?
Yeah, we did.
Eliminating that shutter look, that sliding shutter, because those 2 gray blocks, I don't think that it's very attractive.
Okay. Yeah, we did look at that. Once we introduced the metal panel at the top, it made it feel a lot heavier. So this was an attempt to make it look a little more, have a lighter feel to it, and still keep the wood element.
Oh, okay, I don't find it very attractive. Your front door, what's the width of your front door?
I believe it's 3.6.
So it's 3.6. So people have to go in and out and move out of there. Do you have an access ways for people to move when they move their furniture with a wider opening?
So we do have the spaces in the basement there's actually 1 spare parking space in the basement, or 2 spare parking space in the basement. Things can be brought into the elevator.
Okay.
There's significant overhead in the basement, so We're like a 13 feet, 14 feet from floor to floor or floor to ceiling.
Okay,
in the
and then
basement.
can you show a better picture showing the setback that is not meeting code and it's the reduce, I mean, it's sticking out a little bit more. How do people get a chance to see that? I think there's not a clear view plan for people to visualize and understand that. Because I know you're asking for a design waiver there.
You're talking about the front setback? I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I missed it.
And you're
So,
getting
so the
8.4
front,
versus
yeah,
the 10 feet setback. So I think people, or I myself couldn't clearly see it through the visuals you provided.
yeah, Steve, maybe we could, yeah, if we can demonstrate here that the this is the grade level. So the exterior face of the garage is 11. Well, it's 11.1 to the garage door, and then it's about we comply on the first floor. We're 10 feet setback on the ground floor. It's the second floor and the third and fourth floor that we're encroaching by 1'8".
So
Sorry, now my computer is kind of freezing up. Plans are. So here's the ground. Oh, it's not loading, but here's the third level, and you can see the measurement here is 8 feet 5 inches. This dimension on the top. So at the ground level, it, like Brett was saying, it complies. So the upper
how do I
story is
get a
actually
better picture, Steve? I mean, how do I get a better picture of the building without all these floor plans on it to understand this?
Well, you'd have to look at each level what the setback is. So again, at the ground level, it meets it. But at the upper stories, because it projects over the ground
Do you
floor.
have a front view that shows that, please?
When you say a front view, can you an elevation?
I think
plan?
it's hard to, yeah.
So
see that.
Maybe a rendering of the front door that would show that.
so you
It
can
has
see,
to be an oblique.
yeah. So you can see this is on the north side where you can see the upper stories actually project out over the ground floor, both on the front and the rear. So that's one elevation. Again, on the south side, looking from the south side, it's the same thing. The projection, it projects about 2 feet, I think, in the front.
1'8" past the 10-foot setback.
Yeah.
So the ground floor is actually set back from behind the 10-foot setback slightly.
So most times we have our upper floor set back a little bit. And so I was just wondering if somehow we could get the upper floor staggered, because you're asking we're not complying with our 10-foot setback. And how do we stagger it? Or how do we minimize, is it possible to make it less obtrusive?
What we were trying to do is create some relief on the front elevation. So as I mentioned, the first floor is set back behind the 10-foot setback. So we're deeper than 10 feet. And then we wanted to have a considerable, well, we're 1'8" for that relief, for that projection, so that it has a good read. So there's a good amount of distance for the return, for the wood siding to turn the corner, just so that has, a sense, those gables have a strong sense and a strong presence. If we were to push them back and flush them out with the 10-foot setback, the facade would just be that, it would be very, very flat, unless of course we move the first floor back even further, which would, would severely hurt the unit and the livability of the units.
This is more like a concession. So not meeting the setback is more like a set concession and not a waiver.
No, it's not. It would be a waiver. I think they've claimed that it's a waiver because it's for the physical construction of the units. Is that right? To the applicant?
You can say, but earlier you said they can claim and they go back and forth and they're claiming, but I see this more as a concession and not as a waiver.
But if they ask it as a waiver, then they're entitled to it. So I do want to caution some of the council members that we need to be very careful about subjective criteria under the Housing Accountability Act. So I believe they've asked this as a waiver, not as a concession. And I'll ask the applicant to confirm that for the record. Is this going to be a waiver, the setback?
I believe the only concessions we're requesting are for the hardscape, landscape in the front, and for the building height.
Okay, thank you.
So, so you're requesting quite a number of concessions and waivers, yet the public doesn't really get a lot out of this. So can you help me understand if we can, Los Altos is lacking a lot of affordable housing, and this is an opportunity for the city to have more of them that would meet the various levels of housing income levels. Would you be willing to make one of the BMR units a low?
I think at this point that the applicant has requested that they be moderate.
I understand that, but we can ask. We can still ask, Ms. Houston. So I'm asking the architect.
I would say no.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Welcome.
My questions.
Councilmember Flyer, you had some questions?
I do. Thank you, Mayor and Mr. Bailey. Thanks to you and the applicant for agreeing to add the additional electric chargers for the bike space and also moving up one of the BMRs, I think, to the 3rd floor. And your explanation about the encroachment for the mechanical system was very helpful. It really clarified where that would be located. So thanks for that clarification. I just have a few questions, and I'm going to start with the metal shutters because we've been talking about those. I'm just curious, is the finish on the shutters a dull finish? I'm just curious whether or not there are any concerns about glare from the metal.
It's a matte finish. You're talking about the metal panels, correct? The brown metal panels. Yeah, they're a matte finish. I think there's an example of that downtown right now. I think there probably is. I know it's been proposed on several projects that are that have been recently entitled, but I think there's some of that on the Packard building. So if you go take a look at that, but yeah, there shouldn't be excessive glare.
Glare on the metal, great.
On the metal, yeah, not like a shine, not like a car or something like that.
And then on your second concession with regards to the landscaping, I'm just curious why the project wasn't able to accommodate more landscaping. So as you know, we require 60% and the concession requested is 20%. So I'm just trying to understand why the project wasn't able to allow for more landscaping.
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, it's really a function of the width of the lot. And the fact that we had to have a driveway ramp to get to the garage parking, so that the hardscape took up a considerable amount of width there. We worked really hard to try to provide as much landscaping as we possibly can. We've tried to squeeze it in wherever we can. We want it to be green. We want to have as many trees as we can possibly accommodate on the project. I think it's going to look great. We've got those expansive planters in the front the 3 trees, which will give a nice, canopy as you're coming along the street, along the sidewalk. There is a need for, access to the bikes. There needed to be a vehicle ramp, or excuse me, a accessible pedestrian ramp. So, in my mind, with the decorative paving that's going to happen, I'd like to be able to consider all of that frontage as, it's hardscape, but it's beautiful hardscape, and the trees and plantings just add to that. It is an urban frontage, and again, we did I think everything we could possibly do to get as much green as we could, but then you just run the calculations and you go, well, we didn't meet 60%. But I think the feel of it is good. There's still landscape on the side yards. There's landscaping that fronts the patios, the individual private decks. And, again, I think it's going to have a really nice feel for considering the width of the lot. There's a lot happening as far as landscape with the limited width that we have to work with.
And
I hope that answers your question.
Well, I always appreciate more landscaping. I think it does to beautify, and it also has environmental benefits to have more green space, but I understand. So that leads to my next question about the rear of the building. Will any of that space in the rear be usable?
So there's the private patio on the ground floor that you can see in the upper left corner. Other than that, it's going to need to be maintained by the management, and it's all green, it's all landscape. Beyond the property line to the west is county land, so there's additional trees in that area. That was another one of my slides to show there's very dense trees on the lot to the south, and then there are very dense trees in the middle of the 4 lanes of the expressway. So there was some concern that lights from the project were going to shine onto the properties across the expressway. Steve may be able to pull up the photo simulation that we did showing the views from across. There you go, in the bottom left corner. So those are the existing trees that are between the west side of the expressway and our project. So as you can see, there's a lot of trees there. So residents are going to be looking out into the landscape on the property, plus there are also the trees in the county land outside the property line.
Okay, so there's no open space. It's the landscaping and then the patio areas in the rear.
Right. It's not intended to be used. It's just intended to be beautiful and to look at.
And then my next set of questions relate to the roof top deck area. We have had a few other buildings along First Street that will also have a rooftop deck area. And I'm curious whether or not this project will have any kind of soundproofing panels. I know a jacuzzi was mentioned, and I'm just curious. I've been to other rooftop decks, and I've noticed that they have glass paneling around the deck, and I was curious whether or not there's any consideration to have some kind of paneling or big potted plants, or anything to reduce any noise that may come from having your residents on the rooftop deck.
Yeah, that was another one of my slides, but this one will work. So the owner's acoustical engineer recommended that we do install a glass panel that's called out behind to the east side of those planters that are facing the expressway. So Steve, if you could point to the middle of the 2 bays on the west elevation. So there are some planters there, right there. And then on the inside of that, or to the right, is a glass guardrail for sound. So that was recommended by the acoustical engineer. We're showing that on our west elevation. The other,
So sorry,
the
Mr.
other thing,
just to clarify, are you saying it will not surround the entire deck? It will only be on one side? Did I hear you correctly?
yeah, it's only between the two gable bays. So the gable bays actually provide some sound break as well. So the gable bays are serving kind of a multi-function. They're providing screening for sound. They're also providing screening for the condensers. I have a better slide than this, but we're probably going to go with the VRS system. So in each of those corners of the gable bays will be the location for the rooftop condensers. So those will serve a dual purpose of screening that equipment, as well as providing a sound break, a sound barrier for the activities on the roof.
And speaking of screening, I assume you'll have some kind of cooktop or barbecue grill or something on the rooftop deck. Will you have a screen as well to block smoke? From that came up with another project as well, and I know the applicant there was willing to ensure that there was a screen.
So we've located the barbecue island and the sink. You can see that next to stair 2 there on the south end. So there's a tall wall there, which I suppose could direct smoke towards the west. Smoke's gonna float anywhere, I suppose. I can't promise that it's not going to drift into some other area.
That's why I use the word reduce, because we may not be able to get rid of it or
yeah, but there is the stair tower next to it there, and then there also is the screen and the gable back into the gable there on the east side of it, which is about 4 feet tall to the ridge.
Okay, that's it for me, Mayor. Thank you so much, Mr. Bailey.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. My turn. So do you have somewhere, and it may be in your slides that we can't see, a rendering as though someone was standing on the roof where we could see what these roof amenities really look like? Because I'm having a hard time when I look at the both the elevations and the renderings from ground level, being able to figure out what this is really going to look like. Because of course, with the elevations, they're grayed out because they're really not, I don't know why, but they're grayed out. You can't see them. I'm just having a really hard time figuring out what this roof is going to look like.
Yeah, I guess I would answer that. I can share some views if my computer will cooperate. Steve, you could share the screen of the perspectives, the photo simulations. You're not going to see the roof deck. You're going to see, depending on where you're standing, you're going to see a portion of the elevator tower. On the west side, on the expressway side, you'll see the planters.
Yeah, would you leave that for a moment, Stephen? Can you blow that up just a little bit? I'm really disappointed that these renderings are small and we can't really see them well.
Sorry, which one do you
want? Blow up so we can see to the stuff to the right a little bit better.
Okay.
Pick one. Pick the upper one, upper right corner. There we go. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out. First of all, I don't see a glass front on the front.
So this side is just a mechanical well. So the elements on the top are the trash room, the tall element that you see in the middle. That's obviously the elevator tower, and this is the north side or the back side of the roof terrace. So where the cursor is right now is where your solar array is going to be, and then behind those gable bays on the right-hand side and the left-hand side, behind those ridges of those mansards are going to be where your mechanical equipment is. So this side, the north side of the roof terrace, is all mechanical equipment. So again, you're going to see you're going to see this from eye level height. I'm standing across the street from the project. I'm looking at our project. This is what you're going to see. This is eye level.
Right. And the problem I'm having is that none of the elevations really show what this height really, I mean, it's really hard for someone who's not an architect to make sense of this. And to look from the other side, you know, what's really there. I'm just accustomed to, I'll just say that others, people who've had rooftop amenities have shown us a rendering when you're standing on the roof deck, so that it just gives us a sense of what's all really there. That's very different than looking at a plan view, which is very difficult. And then I'll also point out that I don't understand the comment or the answer you just gave Councilmember Flagger about the glass on what I think you said was the, Steve, you have to go back to the original, the first one we looked at, on the entrance, I'm going to call it the entrance side. So I would expect, based on what I think I heard you say to the council member, that there would be some glass showing between the two gables on the front of the building, or did I misunderstand?
That would be on the west side. Yeah, so I don't know if it's very visible on the photo simulation in the bottom left, Steve. I can show, I can try to show my model if my computer will cooperate. But yeah, that's the glass guardrail right there.
Yeah, that's basically not visible. I don't see anything there. I'm just really,
it's because the parapet wall is about 2 feet, and then you're going to see about 18 inches of glass above that.
and that's what we don't have. I don't have detail on that I can make sense of. Is where's parapet wall, where's other stuff? I can't make any sense of what's really happening up on the roof, and not having the flyover, of course, doesn't help. And I understand we've got some technical issues, but all right, let me move
Steve,
on.
can I try to share my screen? Let's see if this works now. I can give it a shot. What we got to lose, right? Tell me if you can see my screen.
Yes.
Okay. So this is the view from the expressway. Excuse the cartoony trees, but these are kind of representing where the locations of the trees are. So I'm standing in the middle of the expressway, and this is the parapet wall. You're going to see the planters, because as I mentioned earlier, the planters are directly behind the parapet, and then the glass wall is behind the planters. So again, this is, let me verify. I think this is eye level. This is 6 foot, so I can tweak this a little bit.
So the glass is not visible from the ground.
Barely visible, yeah, not visible.
It's not visible, right? Whereas the plan view, it looked like it was right out at the edge based on where the cursors were pointing. So thank you for clarifying.
Again, you've got the planters between the glass guardrail and the parapet wall. So it's set back a little bit.
Okay.
And then if it's helpful, here's the street view from the front. So this is what you're going to see. This is eye level on the sidewalk across, on the east side of First Street. So you're barely seeing the elevator tower because it's in the middle of the roof, and you're not seeing the activity at all.
Great, keep going, please.
What would you like to see? Here's the other side.
There we go.
So this is the trash staging area behind the gate. Here's the vehicle ramp. Again, you barely make out the elevator tower, and you don't see the roof.
So while you're there, I'll ask my trash question. So
okay.
they roll the trash up the ramp and stage it outside.
They go behind this gate. This is a 4-foot gate, and the trash management company will wheel it out. This is a 5% grade here. They can come across here and bring it out to their truck here.
So I'm saying that from where it is where the trash is collected, they wheel it up the ramp and out to this area.
Correct. That's right. And they use a cart to get it up the ramp.
Okay, so that these trash containers are never on the street. Correct?
Correct. This is the trash staging area here.
Right, okay. Hang on right there, because I want to point out to Councilmember Liang that if those trees weren't in the way, we'd be able to see the overhang of the second floor over the first floor at the far left corner, for example, but it's nicely obscured at the moment. Another question, as long as we're right on this one. I noticed that you've got basically you've got a 30-foot podium to your first floor. And there's a mention in the documents that that's about because of the ramp. Can you explain that a little bit?
Sure, it's a function of the clearances that you need to accommodate the tallest lift system we can accommodate. The council member that asked earlier if we could, reduce the height of the lifts. We've attempted to design this so that we're able to accommodate the most the different makes and models of cars. So we've tried to get a ceiling height in the basement as tall as possible and still be able to accommodate the mechanical equipment that's going to need to happen in the basement as well. So that sets the finished floor of the basement elevation. And now you're tasked with how are you going to get the ramp to reach that level from street level. And so it's a function of making sure that the vehicle ramp is a traversable slope or grade, and that you have the overhead clearance that you need in the garage to accommodate all the equipment that needs to go in the basement. And when you've done that and you've accounted for the thickness of the podium level, it pushed that level up at about 30 inches above grade.
So basically, if you had a deeper lot, you could make the ramp more gradual. You could sink this whole thing because you could make the basement floor level deeper and still accommodate the height, and you wouldn't need the podium.
Hypothetically, if you had a deeper lot, you could extend your ramp out further, and you wouldn't need to go as steep.
But you can't make your ramp any steeper than it is now.
Right. And we've also gone to the property line with the basement. So we've taken it as far as we can take it.
Okay. Mr. Golden, you made a comment earlier today, pardon me for jumping, but you made a comment earlier this evening that I wasn't sure I understood. You said something about a non-centered sidewalk. What did you mean by that?
I believe I said a non-compliant sidewalk. So the sidewalks in front of this parcel, as well as the one to the south, it's just an asphalt surface. It doesn't meet city standards. So the project will replace that with a standard city sidewalk.
I thought you were replacing it with a non-centered sidewalk, and I couldn't figure out what that meant. Will the sidewalk connect with the Drager's side sidewalk? So it'll be continuous from Drager's to...
From the Drager's side, I believe so, but then to the south, there's going to be a gap to the next compliant.
Understood, but from Drager's, it'll be continuous, as I
believe so, yeah.
As I understand. Okay. Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you. So we should take public comment for those brave souls who are still here.
Mayor, I have one more question, if you don't mind.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, council member.
So, Mr. Bailey, could you, that photo that the mayor pointed out when she showed us a clearer side view, can you help me understand if, I noticed that you had the decks on the side, and because the front and the rear is out of compliance, is there a chance that you could perhaps increase that side of the building to go make the deck smaller, and then the front and the rear can meet the setbacks?
So the rear does meet the setback, to be clear.
Okay, the front then.
Yeah, the front is
If
the
you
only.
could show me the side view again, and then I can show you what I'm asking.
Sure. Is this what you're referring to?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
So if you could show, you see where the decks are? And then if you can go closer, and perhaps, yeah, and then have that come out, perhaps make the deck narrower, and then you could go push the front and meet the setback. Because obviously that part of the building is set back a little. So
this is the side yard, right?
yes.
So these balconies, the depth of these balconies is not only based on usability, but it's also based on what the fire department requires for ladder access. So I think if I'm understanding what you're asking about decreasing the depth of these?
Like the side of the wall could come out, and then you could push the front back, because it's that pale area that's set back. And so it can meet the side. It could be a flush wall on that side.
So I think what I understand is what you're asking is in the front elevation, meet the setback, but increase or decrease the side yard setback to make up for the lost square footage.
Correct. And then we can meet our setback requirement.
Yeah, I understand the logic. I think from an architectural standpoint too, the projection of the second floor actually creates a vertical break. So you have a foundation or base of the building, and then it's resolved by that projection, and it creates a more clear differentiation in the first floor. And that pedestrian, it creates sort of that pedestrian zone versus the upper floor. So if it was flush, you'd have some other interesting issues to where the materials don't resolve properly on an inside corner, and some other just architectural elements that would need to be corrected by doing that, I think.
But I understand what you're saying, but I see where you can use various materials that's created the breakage and the architectural look that you want. So I don't see where, if you meet the setback, it becomes problematic in architecturally. Because if you look at the designs that we've approved on the multiple buildings already approved on First Street, we have a lot of developments that are meet the setbacks as well as are flush in their design. So I am asking if we can somehow make it work.
I guess in response to growing the width into the side yard, the fire department required a 7-foot setback on the side yards, which is demonstrated in the plans. So we're right up to almost up to the limit right now on the side yard. So we can't grow the floor plate northward or southward, if that makes sense. This, like, as you can see here, this is a 1'8". I would have liked to have actually made it deeper. I'd like to actually encroach more. So this was a little bit deeper, but that was something we felt was reasonable, and it still, gives us that relief and the ability to turn the corner here, as I was kind of trying to explain earlier. I think to try to flush it out to meet the setback would introduce all kinds of issues with the floor plan the livability of the floor plan, where the entrance is, the lobby depth. This is probably not evident how much shoehorning, for lack of a better word, has happened on this project to get everything to fit. It's been really been a puzzle to get the elevator, everything to fit on this tight site. But I think this is a very elegant solution, and I think the 2 foot encroachment, or like 1'8" encroachment, considering the distance from the sidewalk, does not have a negative impact at all.
So then may I make another suggestion? I think we have other developments where they can meet the sides. You can
Council member,
go.
can we deal with your suggestions when we have our discussion and we get to, I don't know that you're really asking questions right now.
Okay, I guess I would be asking something of him because it would be a design change.
Then that would be basically making a suggestion for something, and I think we should hold that, please.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So City Clerk, can we go to public comment, please?
Sure.
So if you want to comment on this project, please raise your virtual hand. We'll give you a minute to indicate your interest in that, and then City Clerk will begin calling on people. Two, three.
So I see 3 hands.
3 going once. Last call. I see 3 people. We'll give you up to 3 minutes.
Okay, our first speaker would be Roberta.
Hey, everyone. So we have objective standards where usually the upper floors are set back. And I don't see, on this one, I see the upper floors are extended. And I don't understand if that's because they don't need to meet our objective standards or not. So that sort of bothers me. It seems, backwards, like we should have setbacks on the upper floors. That's number 1, which I would like answered. The second thing is that the renderings that were in the package, and I had a really struggle. It was really good to be able to study these things before we come to a council meeting, because we're looking at these, so it's very difficult for us. So I would hope in the future that the renderings would be in the package ahead of time and not just presented at the council meeting. The third thing that I have is, you said the fire department can only get ladders up to the 2nd and 3rd floor. What happens to the people on the 4th floor? Are they just stuck in their apartments? What is the solution for the fire department for the 4th floor? So those are my 3 questions that I hope can be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Janine Valadez, followed by Joe.
Good evening. I'm a park commissioner speaking as a private resident. I have sat through hours here hearing critiques at a micro level that are challenging pretty elegant architectural solutions. I'm pleased with the patience of the developer and the owner. I don't think there's much basis here to deny this project. I think it's a nice looking building. I think it's of proper scale. I think there's articulation in the building, which is what we're constantly hammering developers about and asking them to Reduce articulation seems somewhat odd to me. I think some of the areas have already been raised by council members. The Planning Commission supports this. I think we should just get this approved and move on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Susan Russell, or I'm sorry, is Joe, followed by Susan Russell.
Yes. Hi. Thank you. I agree with Janine. We have architects who design projects like this, and we have a planning commission consisting of really highly qualified people like May Roos and others who do this for a living. And randoms come in, whether from the public or others with no architectural training whatsoever, and start complaining about asymmetries in the railings, which I actually view as a feature, or other aspects that are completely subjective. And I've seen this time and time again with people who are trying to build houses and telling them I think it would look better if your chimney was 6 inches lower, or I think you should push back from the street another 3 feet because I feel like it. And you guys waste hours on this sort of stuff, when there are much bigger issues facing the city. Now, that's not to say if the planning commission, didn't come through and approve this or something. I believe it was approved unanimously by the planning commission, which is their responsibility. And I'm not even sure why they spend the time, because you guys just come in and override them and ask for all sorts of changes that I'm sure the professionals who have worked on this are just completely disheartened when they come in front of the council, because they probably are laughing inside at some of these questions. Turning these things into boxes goes against everything that all of you have spoken about in the past. And so, shifting things and moving things, if they were exceeding limits, or if they were breaking laws, or if they're doing something else, I would understand that. Somebody has to catch that, and hopefully it would be staff or the planning commission. I don't think it's the role of the city council to get into the minutia as you guys do. How many hours tonight? Was it 3 hours, 4 hours, something like that? I had to leave because I was so disgusted. I'd ask that in the future, you trust the people who you have empowered to do this on the planning commission. You work with them to try and solve those issues, if possible in advance. And then you don't spend hours and hours on this stuff. Spend it on the things that matter, the budget, the housing element, those sorts of things. The residents would really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Susan Russell.
Yeah, I actually wasn't planning to speak. I sent a letter on behalf of the League of Women Voters supporting the project, but as an individual, I'd like to just say that I agree that a lot of this minutia should be left to the staff and the planning commission, as it is in many other cities, and the city council should deal with more important issues.
Thank you. City Clerk, do we have any other comments?
No, that was our final comment.
Okay, then I'll close public comment and bring it back to council for discussion. Any recommendations or requests of the applicant? Vice Mayor Meadows.
Thank you, Mayor. So as some of the speakers said, but I was going to say this anyway, staff recommends approval of this project. Planning Commission recommends approval of this project. The city attorney has outlined the criteria on which the concessions and waivers should be granted. But I'm going to go through the concessions, the requested concessions and waivers, even though we've had the attorneys explain why these are justified. But I'm going to take it through as though there's a question as to whether there's justified. So the two concessions, building height. Again, we talked about how you measure building height, whether the trellis or whether some of the varying floor heights or whatever. The building height, as requested, based on the height of the trellis, is for concession. Even if we found the rooftop deck and the building height as measured to that was within an on-menu concession, then the elevator or the stair overrun would be the high point, and they'd be exceeding, and they'd be asking for a concession there or a waiver. So it's kind of 6 of one, half a dozen the other. They're requesting a concession, and it allows them to basically make this economically feasible to provide the housing. The other concession is the landscaping. It's 20% of the area of the space in which they're doing the planting. The long term, particularly the trees, are going to fill up much more space than that ground space for the planting area. But regardless, the concessions for the landscaping to allow access to the building through the door, through the driveway, through the ADA access, and then the side panel where the bicycle, you have to do it. There's just, so they're asking for a reasonable concession. So both of those concessions to me are eminently reasonable. The waivers, again, as the attorney says, they're entitled to ask for waivers. And the elevator stair overrun becomes moot anyway. It's not a waiver request with the trellis as the measurement. So we're really talking about 2. We're talking about a parking space clearance issue, which is actually measured on our standard street asphalt parking standards, which are the, I always get it wrong. It's the, whatever the standards are. What's that?
The striping standard.
The striping standard, yes, that's the standard. So whatever that is, we're applying this to a puzzle lift system. We do not actually have standards for puzzle lift systems. And it's actually amazing that this fits, that our regular parking standards actually apply to this puzzle lift system, which doesn't require the same type of thing that we need with asphalt. So that's definitely a reasonable waiver. And what's the last one? The front yard setback. We've got it on the first floor. Yes, they're, and I'm not an architect, but I'm going to use the word cantilever. They're cantilevering out a little bit to give us the articulation we're asking for. And it also gives space, as they've talked about. So that also is a reasonable waiver, even if there was no basis on which they were able to ask for it and we're supposed to grant it anyway. So I support the project as is, in case you didn't catch on as I was going through my little diatribe there. Thank you. I'm done.
Okay. Who wants to go next? Councilmember Weinberg.
I find everything the Vice Mayor just said to be compelling, and I support the project.
Councilmember Flagger.
I'll say ditto with the amendments that Mr. Bailey agreed to.
And are we sure we have those for the record? I'm going to ask Mr. Golden.
Excuse me, could you please repeat those so we know?
City Attorney would like you to restate those, Councilmember.
Which one are they?
Yeah, actually, if you can do that when you make the motion, then that would, I think, for the record, would be the best.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to tell you what I wish, what I can wish that the developer would do with this, providing that it is not actually a fire department requirement. It does not look to me like we actually have to have 2 sets of stairs going to the roof. We've had other projects that did not have 2 sets of stairs going to the roof, and being able to bring that stairwell tower down to something close to the roof deck, the flat roof deck level, would really lighten this up. Basically, this building is too tall for this lot for our city. It is nothing like what we are looking for in our community. It's a vertical type of construction. We're trying to find more horizontal types of feels. I'd love to see that stairwell, that last part of the stairwell on the side go, if it's at all possible to do that. The second thing that I'll point out is that in the base case presented, we asked for base case basically to say, can you build this building according to our rules? What would it be? And then let's look at the deltas. One of the deltas is that all of the stories are 1.5 feet taller than they are in the base case. So we've got a base case that basically says we can do this with 8-foot stories or 8-foot floors inside finish, but we really want 9.5. And in what was submitted, the ceiling is measured, or the roof is measured to a flat roof, even though there is the amenity shown in the base case. So it's interesting to me that, in my view, what we've basically done is pretzeled ourselves around to justify some sort of way of measuring this roof height so that we can say there's fewer waivers required to do this, when the real problem here is that this entire building is out of scale and inappropriate for this street. So I know I have no hope against, given what the state legislature has done and what the courts have done in ruling about waivers. I think it just is far away from the intention, the original intention of the density bonus law. This is not about additional housing. This is about how do we get the most luxurious building as possible, where we can charge the most money with the most square feet. That's the realistic world. And I realize that that is Mr. Bailey's job. And he says he's had a puzzle. He's done a really, really good job with his puzzle. Congratulations. The one thing that I will really, really prefer that you do is that we have experience and we've asked for on other projects, is that we have found that a wall, a planter wall that is immediately adjacent to a sidewalk, especially a sidewalk that is not particularly wide, 6 feet is kind of a minimum width sidewalk, has the effect of reducing the functional width of a sidewalk by about 18 inches. If you could please find a way to put a ground level first foot or so, 1 to 1.5 feet of planter, and then you want to put a wall up, fine. But we need some more ground level immediately adjacent to the property line side of the sidewalk. I am just so disappointed that in spite of this, and people have talked about the planning commission. The planning commission, when they saw this, also said it's too tall, it's too tall, it's too tall. We've done nothing to get rid of too tall. So the people who say, well, we should do what the planning commission says, planning commission finally threw up their hands because of what the law says and threw this in our lap. And we're now going to approve it. We already know we have 3 votes because the law says we have to do something that is just outrageous for our city, doesn't suit at all, doesn't comport with the base case that would be allowed under normal cases. And I'm just really sad that this is what we've come to in our town. So, and it's not personal to the applicant. I respect what you're doing, and I think you have a really, really good architect who's done you a very, very good job, actually, a very good job. Good quality materials, good quality design in terms of trying to break up that 4th floor, putting the that block in there that the planning commission suggested, I think was helpful. But basically 2 towers. Towers are not what Los Altos is about. Has never been about, and especially on First Street. This will be taller than the tallest building we have on First Street, which people have complained bitterly about, and which has been ranked as the worst building downtown. And we're going to have a lot of really unhappy people when this is built. Council members, Lee Eng and Flagger, I apologize. I don't know which of you raised your hands first.
Councilmember Flagger raised her hand first.
Councilmember Lee Eng hasn't spoken yet, Mayor, so I'm fine ceding her the floor.
Go ahead, you can go. You raised your hand.
She's put it back to you, Councilmember Flagler.
Okay, well, thanks, Councilmember Liang. I will be brief. I really just wanted to make a comment based on what the mayor was saying. One, Mayor, I'm not sure I understand your proposal about the planter in the front. So, and I don't know if the applicant is receptive to that. So I just wanted to make that clear. And then the second thing I wanted to comment on, I don't know if the vote tonight will be 3 in favor, 4 in favor, all 5 in favor. But one thing that I do want everyone to understand, regardless of how the vote goes, is that if there is a majority supporting this, one of the reasons is also to protect the city. A lot of this is required by state law, as the mayor just stated, and so we don't have a choice. And so even though there's some things we would like to change, there's some things we'd like to see done differently, we're limited here. And so a lot of times when we're approving these projects, we are doing them to protect taxpayer dollars because we want to make sure that we're complying with state law. So I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Liang?
I just think that it is our job and our responsibility to ensure that the buildings that get built are respective of the community and our downtown building designs. And we're not doing that. We're not holding developers accountable. And when we say we're protecting the city, we're also protecting the city by ensuring that the right building gets built. That is not, one speaker stated that it was passed by the Planning Commission unanimously. It was not. If we read the packet, you can see that there were a lot of concerns with the design of this building. What happens with sometimes with the designs that we don't really support, and yet we don't want to put our foot down to ensure that things come back, which we were entitled to on this project, you end up setting bad precedent. And that's what's happened here. And it's going to continue to happen. It also creates opportunities for other developers to learn how to play this game and say, oh no, you didn't have a code that applied to this area. So let me get this this trellis, which is even higher than what we allowed for elevators that we had problems with in other buildings and elevator shafts. So I think by sometimes making developers go and come back, we're doing the right thing. In the future, I would appreciate if our city attorney would allow me to ask my questions and not interject to lead a developer in answering. So I just want to get that on the record, and I hope that we understand what we do is precedent setting. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to ask our city attorney, Mr. Ramakrishnan, a question. Eric, I realize you've been standing by all evening and we haven't called on you much. We can't let you get away with that. So I have a question for you. Given, and I went back and read both legal cases, by the way, both the First and Fourth Circuit cases. If we have someone who comes in and they want to put in one floor of a gymnasium with a pool, with or without a pool, a one floor gymnasium. And on top of that, they want to put on a floor that's an inside dog exercise facility, amenity for their residents. And on top of that, they want to put on a roof deck. So we now have, let's say, 35 feet extra height for amenities. Are we going to have to approve that?
You know, that case hasn't been decided by the courts. I hope not. I hope that there's some limit to Walmer and Bankers Hill 150. But that hasn't been, I mean, that just hasn't come before the courts yet. I think that's the question when Wilmer was first decided that it left open. And we assumed there must be some reasonable limitation to that. And then Bankers Hill 150 came along, and you had this ginormous courtyard that was unnecessary for the housing. It was for the benefit of the church that was selling the land. And the court said, no, it doesn't matter. They're allowed to do that. So, you know, now it's even more clear where the line is.
Well, or that there isn't much line. And so I can only echo, and I think I said it, Councilmember Flagler said it, and I'll say it again. State law is destroying our city. Mr. Weinberg, I think you were next.
I'd like to make a motion.
Please go ahead. Let me just double check. Councilmember Meadows, did you want to make a comment before there's a motion?
Yes, Vice Mayor Meadows, or whatever.
Sorry, Vice Mayor Meadows.
Yes. I'd like the city attorney to comment about precedent. Isn't each project decided on its own merits or lack thereof? And so can you speak to whether this project and decisions made herein represent precedent?
Yes, and as you know, I interject when I'm trying to make sure that the city doesn't cross the line and expose us to unwanted liability. So I do, and I will speak up when I'm worried about that. But about the precedent, yes, every case in a land use case, and I've said this over all the years, it's decided on that parcel, those facts, that development, and one project approval in a land use decision is not precedent for the other. It's all based on that application, the substantial evidence that supports that approval. And just because you approve a rooftop deck on one project, if that other project does not meet that waiver or that concession, it will not. It isn't going to be precedent, because if we approve this one, it doesn't mean we have to approve the future ones. And we're seeing a lot of these rooftop decks, yes. And I think that they are amenities that the developers or maybe the future residents are looking for. And they're very, very popular. And so I believe that's why we're seeing so many of them. I don't think it's actually precedent. I think it's an amenity that the future residents want. They want that hot tub. They want that deck. They want some sort of open space in their living situation. But back to your original question, approving this is not binding on any future applications.
And I also want to clarify that I don't think any of us object to a rooftop deck. It's the ancillary effect of that, which is to increase the height because of requirements for access, that is problematic, not the amenity itself. I have never heard anyone object to the actual amenity. It's what it means in terms of the impact on height, which we all know our town, many people in our town are very sensitive to. So shall I go back now to Councilmember Weinberg for your motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you for those closing comments as well, Madam Mayor. And City Attorney, thank you for your clarification and for interjecting to make sure that we do not stray and get the city into hot water. I move, excuse me, I move that the council adopt resolution number 2022-, entitled A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos, making findings, adopting a categorical exemption under the California Environmental Quality Act, and approving the design review and submission applications for a 15-unit multiple family project at 376 First Street, which is included as an attachment to agenda item 7 in the packet for tonight's meeting, and that we add on to the conditions of approval that there will be an electric outlet by all the bicycle lockers, that the I just lost my notes.
BMR.
That one of the BMRs on the second floor will be moved to the third floor. And there was a third one, wasn't there?
Well, I never asked or got an answer back from the developer on whether they would move that that front landscaping wall back.
So I'll pause the motion so the applicant can answer the question.
We lost Mr. Bailey.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I think we could take a look at that for sure. My only concern is that the width of the planter as it exists right now is about 4 feet, I believe. I'd like to confer with the landscape architect and make sure that, you know, what we're providing in the upper planter is still going to be able to accommodate the trees that we've got in there.
Then maybe a recommendation to Councilmember Weinberg with respect to.
Yeah. Maybe a recommendation that you direct the applicant to work with planning staff to see that it's actually feasible to amend that planner setback. Steve, is that something your staff can work with?
Yeah, we can definitely take a look at that. I also would mention addendum number 2, if you've lost that, incorporating the changes that staff provided in addendum 2 that was emailed out earlier, just so we cross the T.
I think it's still wrong because now it says 25% of total units, and it's not 25% of total units. It was 25% of base units, and it is 20% of total units.
Mm-hmm.
So it just depends on what wording you're going to use. What I had hoped in my comment, I think, to the city attorney earlier was that we should reflect that there are 3 bonus units here above the base and how it was done and calculated, because it's not properly reflected well, or it's not reflected well in the staff report or in the resolution.
But
it's definitely not 25% of total units, which is the way the amendment reads. So that's definitely not correct.
So it's 3 units total and all 3 are moderate.
Yeah, that's not the issue. It's a calculation of how many of the units are below market rate, are affordable units. And you changed it to 25% of total units. It really was 20% of total units. That was correct, but that's not relevant. What's relevant in the density bonus law is the percentage of base case units that are affordable, and that's what should be shown here. And then the bonus units.
In terms of how English should work, you're correct. In terms of the density bonus law uses the word total units to mean base units, and so that sort of is the parlance that gets used. I realize that logically that doesn't make sense, but that is sort of the way it's incorporated in state.
Yeah, and what we've tried to do is to make it clear by spelling out both sections and said that it was this much, which is this percentage of the base units, and this much of if you then total units or whatever. But
and that's a good suggestion for the future for us to be mindful of, so that it makes sense to the community, because you're right.
Yes.
As far as the English language works,
not only that, I have seen it drag new planners off into the weeds in places where they shouldn't be.
Yeah. I just wanted to clarify that from a statutory point of view, it's how the language is used.
Yeah, well, we know that they can't write a statute either.
So given this discussion, would it be better for us to bring this back at the next meeting on consent?
No.
To give staff enough time to rewrite the resolution?
No. If Mr. Ramakrishnan wants that left as 25% of total units, that's fine.
Okay, so we have the motion with the added conditions of approval of electrification by all the bicycle stalls and by moving one of the BMR units from the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor, with a recommendation that the planters in the front of the building be reduced to ground level. Is that right?
Well, setback.
Setback.
Excuse me.
Work with staff.
See if it's feasible.
Yeah.
And then incorporating the other changes which were circulated to the council and the community earlier today by staff. And am I leaving anything out?
Yeah, that's the addendum on the units. Yeah, the addendum.
Okay, to include the addendum.
And I think you've got it all.
Okay.
I don't think that there was consensus about moving any balconies or anything.
I'm sorry, you got garbled there, Jolie.
Oh, no, sorry. I don't think that there was any consensus on trying to modify balconies or anything.
I didn't get that either. That's why I didn't put it as part of the motion.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure the record was clear. I think you've got a motion.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
I second the motion.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Councilmember Liang,
No.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Yes.
Councilmember Flegger,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Meadows,
Yes.
Mayor Enander.
No.
Thank you. The motion passes 3-2.
Thank you all, and thank you, Mr. Bailey, and thank you to the owner. I'll be sorry to lose your restaurant, but thank you for the years that you've provided a wonderful place for many of us to meet. All right, next up is the report from the Legislative Committee. And our goal here is to see if we have concurrence on 3 letters, which were provided in draft together with copies of the letters that were sent by the League of California Cities. So that's the first thing I want to tackle. And then secondly, to get a sense of the council, because we can't really act on it because we didn't draft a letter, because the copies of the letter that went from the Cities Association of Santa Clara County on the 2 measures from Assemblymember Lee, we would like to get a sense of the council as to whether you would like us to draft letters of support mirroring those 2 letters. And then we would bring those back together with other things that we might recommend at our May 10th meeting. So let me start with the city clerk. Could you put the draft up, the draft document?
Sure, give me a second.
Thank you. Sorry, should have given you a heads up about that.
Mayor, while we're waiting, can you remind me who emailed those? There was, I don't have them open. Who emailed all those letters that Andrea's about to pull up?
What do you mean? I'm not sure I understand your question. What do you mean, who emailed them?
I mean,
Angel did.
Angel did? Okay, thank you, Councilman.
Sorry.
Yeah, okay.
Can you see the screen now?
Yes, ma'am. So the first one up is Assembly Bill 2097. What this is basically the same as the league letter, just with, the names changed, and the league letter where it has multiple signatures, obviously I changed that. But do you have any questions? I'll just put it that way. Are there questions about this one? I'm going to ask for questions on each of them, then we'll take public comments on all 3 and then come back for any action. I don't see any questions on this one. So can we go to the next one? 897 is SB 897 is Senator Wachowski's bill that further amends ADUs. And they changed, one of the reasons that these end up getting done at the last minute is sometimes they get amended in committee, and I think we've got them ready to go, and then they amend them in committee, so then we end up having to change the letter because this is the week when all the policy committees are meeting for the last time. So the amendment here was that in a prior version, so last week, this bill read basically cities could not prevent a 25-foot ADU anywhere. And then it was amended in committee to limit it to properties that are near transit. So that's the change that happened in committee this last week. Are there any questions or comments on this one? Okay, let's go to the third one. And that's why the letter from the league reads a little differently than the draft that the committee worked up, is because of the change during the committee hearing. This one is Senator Portantino's SB 932, and the primary difference between this and the league letter is that we incorporated a considerable amount of language about specific impact in Los Altos in what we had done with respect to the complete streets master plan. Are there questions or comments on this one? Okay, then I'm going to go to public comment. City Clerk, is there anyone who wants to comment from the public?
Yes, I do have one. Actually, I have two members of the public wishing to speak.
Let's give them up to 3 minutes.
Okay, so our first speaker is Salim.
Hi, Council. It's quite late, but I'm happy to talk on these topics. So I hope that you don't vote to oppose AB 2097 or SB 897. I think it's pretty clear what the through line of these letters is. It's in opposition to new housing in Los Altos. And it's basically what we heard earlier today about, this not fitting in with their neighborhood character. And I guess what I would like you to consider is that the city of Los Altos is not just the buildings in Los Altos. The buildings have largely stayed the same over decades. The people who live here, I mean, that's dramatically changed. When I grew up here, I had teachers who lived in Los Altos. I don't think that's the case anymore. I think a lot of teachers are commuting long distances because it's really hard for middle-class people to afford to live in Los Altos. Like I mentioned earlier today, the last time I checked, you need to have an income of $600,000 to afford an average home in Los Altos. So there's a real housing crisis, and it's caused by the city's decisions. So the city mandates that you have to have, I mean, the biggest issue is that there just aren't enough homes. There aren't enough options for modest housing choices. And so people have to buy large lots in order to have a home in Los Altos, and like 97% of residential areas. Giving people more options for, having in-law units, that's a good idea. The idea of like not requiring people pay for parking, that's also good, because rent's really expensive. And if someone is willing to go without a car to get lower rent, that's positive. And studies show that it costs about $200 a month to have parking bubbled into your rent. So that's substantial. So I hope we agree that we need regional solutions to regional problems. I love Los Altos, but I don't think we can do it alone. And state solutions are needed when the housing crisis affects the whole state. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Janine Valadez.
Good evening. I'm speaking as a resident, even though I'm a park commissioner. I'll let my opinions stand in echo with Celine concerning Bill 2097. On 897, I can understand some of the concerns expressed in the 3 bullets of that letter. However, I want to speak particularly to the third one, which is about allowing 2 ADUs to be constructed on a lot if a multifamily dwelling is proposed to be developed. First of all, there are lots of good reasons why the ADUs might come first, because perhaps the owner wants to be on property as their site is being developed. And this is a good way to do that without having to go spend thousands of dollars on rent on a distant dwelling. And at the end of the day, if people are concerned about density, if that lot ends up with just 2 ADUs on it and never gets the big house, well, everybody, all the anti-housing people should be very happy about that. So I don't really see that aspect as a problem. As far as height, the top bullet, height going up to 25 feet, I am not going to get into the details of the law, but there might be ways to write amendments that would make 25 feet reasonable if we're talking about large lots and large primary homes, and 25 feet don't really matter. But my main concern is that, the general opinion there is that we should summarily oppose. Rather, I think there's a course of action that could write a letter that says oppose with amendment or accept with amendment. And then on the third letter, for Bill 932, I'm reasonably fine with that letter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I see another commenter. City Clerk, I think we have one more speaker.
Yes, one more speaker, Roberta.
Hi. So I do think that you should write the letters opposing 2097, 897, and 932. I think that there are a lot of people who would like to have affordable housing in Los Altos, but unfortunately, the way the state laws are written now, we're going to have a lot of luxury apartments that the developers can occupy 60% of it, and they're making so much money that they can leave the rest of them empty. I think that we need to go along with the other cities' recommendations and be good neighbors. And, since, the bill up, and just another point in relationship to, the missing middle. I do think that, I've spoken to Brian Johnson as a trustee on the LASD, and I know that some of their plans are to build housing on the Egan campus with the BCS once BCS moves off of campus. So I think there are other opportunities that do exist today that we're not taking into consideration. I don't believe in trickle-down economics. The rich just keep getting richer and the poor keep getting poorer, and these state laws are not helping at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberta. I think that's the end of public comment. So we bring it back to council, and I will just restate that the primary reason the league takes these positions, and there is one, just to point out to one of the public speakers, one of them is an oppose unless amended. But the primary concern that the league has with the housing bills is not an opposition to housing. It's an opposition to further usurpation of local control and local discretion. And that's the primary driver for the oppositions.
Mayor, if you don't mind, I think there was one more public comment that was missed.
It went away and then it reappeared. I was looking over there. It's like we have
The hand keeps going up and down.
going up and down. I'm not sure what's going on. Ms. Russell reappears with the hand. We will interrupt and take her comment. There we are. Quick, before it disappears again, City Clerk. You're on mute.
Sorry.
Okay, I think we have you now.
Okay, I'm speaking for the League of Women Voters. The League of Women Voters of California is supporting AB 2097 as we supported AB 1401 last year. And I believe that last year the council decided to stay neutral on 1401, which is basically this bill is repeating 1401. And the rationale is that not only is it expensive for the renters to pay for the parking, but it costs about $50,000 on average for a parking space. And the league supports reasonable actions and policies designed to reduce pollution and lower housing costs. So this would lower the cost of development, and it would incentivize the residents of buildings near transit to abandon their car ownership in favor of more climate-friendly transit options. And developers can still put in as much parking as they think they need to put in. And a developer who's developed, whether they're building residential or retail or office space, they won't be able to market their units unless they put in sufficient parking. So it's fine to leave that up to the developers.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. Okay. Come back to, can we take these from the top? Any comments or anything on AB 2097? Councilmember Lee Eng, did you want to say something? Whoops, you're on mute.
Is our intention to discuss each one individually? Or
yes, at this point.
I'd be glad to make a motion.
Well, I think we need to find out whether there's other comments on any of them, and I want to take them one at a time before, because now I've got hands up. So I think Vice Mayor Meadows was first.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I'm going to have to abstain on all the items you're bringing forward. I saw the email and then didn't download this newer packet, so I have not read the materials, and so I'm not in a position to support or not support the three that you're talking about for tonight. So I will need to abstain.
Okay, thank you very much.
That's my fault, and I assume responsibility for having missed that.
It's tough to keep up with all the mail. I understand. Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor. So I am familiar with the league's position on 2097 and 897. And so as to those bills, if we are going to take a position tonight, I know the Vice Mayor just expressed that she did not have an opportunity to review the draft letters. And so I don't know if we want to give her an opportunity to do so before we move forward with a vote. But I will tell you philosophically, when I look at the different bills coming out of Sacramento, especially at this time in the schedule, I always appreciate looking at the bills and then seeing if there are things that we could support, and then sections of the proposed bill that we would support if it were amended. And so I've read the league letters. I'm sure they're the same letters that I've seen. And I know there's one that says oppose unless amended, but the other two, they're basically saying they oppose it and they state why. So I understand why as a subcommittee, we would take the league's letters and then, convert them to be letters from the city of Los Altos. But I actually think it would be more fruitful and beneficial if as a council, we discussed the bills and maybe think of ways as a council we could possibly support it if XYZ things were done. So I just want to state that for the record, just as we move forward. I know we won't be able to do that tonight, but that would be for me a better approach, so we can have a discussion about what the bill means, any concerns. If it said XYZ, as I said before, maybe we could support it. For purposes of tonight's discussion, I can say I could support the subcommittee's recommendation on 2097-897, only because I know it's early in the process. And I guess one clarification with the subcommittee is, as the bill goes through the different committees, and I'm seeing them, as you know, in a different role, I expect that the subcommittee will bring these bills back because they'll get refined and hopefully incorporate elements that will improve them so that we can reconsider them. But at this point, based on how they're drafted, I would support the subcommittee's initial letter opposing 2097 and 897. As to 932, similar to the vice mayor, I have not, because you redrafted it and you tailored it to Los Altos, I've not had an opportunity to read that letter. So I'm not in a position to support. I will abstain only because I also have not read that letter. And I think that's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Weinberg?
I think that I'm in the same boat as Nisa in terms that I have not really had a chance to digest the last letter. There was simply too much going on. I didn't have the time because of the late release of the letters. With respect to 2097, the council was neutral last year on 1401. I'm not aware of any changed circumstances that would warrant changing that position. So I would not support the no letter on that. And then on, what was the third? The third one was
897.
897. Isn't that in the suspense file now, or am I thinking of something else?
It's on a, I'd have to go back and look at my document. If it's in suspense, it's in our appropriation suspense.
I don't feel comfortable.
It just delays when it's going to actually get heard because they have to finish the policy bills that don't go to.
Yeah, 897 is a giant bucket of stuff, right? I mean, there's some things in there that I think make a lot of sense. There's other things in there that really make me scratch my head. I don't understand it well enough at this point that I think I can make a rational, educated decision that this is or is not in the best interest of Los Altos. So I would stay neutral on that as well.
Okay. Then I'd like to make a motion, if I might, that we send the letters for AB 2097 and SB 897 with the clear understanding that these are in their original house and that should they be amended and or moved to the other floor, that we would reconsider our position based on any subsequent amendments before we would send additional letters regarding them as they're moving through the legislature.
I'll be glad to second that motion, Mayor.
City Clerk, would you call roll?
Sure. Vice Mayor Meadows?
Abstain.
You abstain. Councilmember Weinberg?
No.
Councilmember Flieger?
Yes.
Councilmember Liang?
Yes.
Mayor Enander?
Yes. And the committee appreciates your comments. I'd like to move now to the two letters from Assemblymember Lee, if the city clerk would be so kind.
Sure. Give me 1 second.
And I'll say with respect to 932 that it would be I think the committee would welcome further input from the council liaison on the Complete Streets Commission as to the adequacy, accuracy, or any other comments. So if you could take a look at it between now and May 10th and see if there are anything that you think would improve the letter based on your knowledge of our circumstances. It was a separate document, City Clerk. Actually, I think they were two separate documents. Keep going, keep going, keep going. They're way at the end. Whoops, back up. I think, wasn't that the first Cities Association one? Yes, okay. So we did not draft letters, and therefore I don't think we can appropriately take a formal action here, but the committee would appreciate knowing the inclination of our colleagues as to whether we should spend time preparing a parallel letter. Councilmember Flagger?
Thank you, Mayor. Seeing that my name is on the letter.
Uh-huh. And if I'd had it a day earlier, I probably could have got a letter done, but you know, Ms. Benjamin got him out a little on the late side, so.
And I just want to clarify for the record that I actually abstained on the vote for these bills because obviously our subcommittee had not recommended a position and we had not taken a vote on either of these bills. I did express that individually. I support the position. So I just wanted to make that clear. With regard,
and you were in good company because there were a couple of other people who abstained for the same reason. So
yes.
Maybe it's reassuring to our council to know that there are other cities who have directed their member on the legislative committee not to vote for or against a bill unless the council has taken a position.
Yes, we're very disciplined or obedient.
Yes.
So as to these bills, I do support them. And as to AB 2164, I also want to let the council know that the Los Altos Chamber also supports AB 2164. They sent in a letter. President Mosley spoke at the Cities Association Legislative Action Committee meeting. And as the letter explains, and I'm sure you've looked at the bill, it really helps us support the business community to address the issues that a lot of them have faced over the years with disability accessibility claims being brought against them. And so this will allow them to use these fees collected through the business license renewal process to do a lot more than the current fee allows them to do. So they can bring their buildings up to the required standard and also help to offset any legal costs they may incur. And so for different reasons, this is really a step in the right direction to support our business community, knowing what they've all gone through over the last 2 years. And so, Mayor, I would support the subcommittee drafting a letter in support of AB 2164. And then as to AB 1944, another Assembly Member Alex Lee bill, this aims to modernize the Brown Act. There are many Brown Act modernization bills making their way through Sacramento. I know they should just pull them all together, but this one specifically addresses not requiring elected officials to public their private location. As you know, the Brown Act, before before it was suspended during COVID. The Brown Act requires members of legislative bodies in California to publish their private location if they're not meeting in the publicly noticed area. And because of a lot of concerns that came up during COVID with people going to private homes, this bill really aims to address that. And what I like about it too is that it leaves it up to each jurisdiction on whether or not they want to have this requirement for their elected officials. One concern that was clear from our Legislative Action Committee meeting was the idea that we would have elected officials appearing remotely outside of the jurisdiction, and this could be potentially abused. And so that's why we have that one recommendation to amend AB 1944 in the bill. But apart from that change, it was well supported by a lot of our cities in Santa Clara County. And again, I would support the mayor and Councilmember Liang drafting a letter supporting it.
I'm going to turn to my other two colleagues. Vice Mayor, do you have an opinion?
I have
based on what you've heard, or are you going to abstain for lack of information at this point?
No, I have taken the opportunity on 2164 to read the letter from the Cities Association and have followed the issue for our business community. So I am certainly willing to support that we support AB 2164.
Councilmember Weinberg.
I concur.
With Councilmember Flagger or Councilmember Meadows?
With Councilmember Meadows, who I think actually concurred with Councilmember Flagger.
I just give Vice Mayor Meadows.
I think Vice Mayor Meadows was speaking about only one of them. I didn't hear her mention the second bill.
Okay. Oh, forgive me. I had a hiccup on my computer, so
okay. It's tired. You haven't fed it enough dinner.
It could very well be. So since I was not voting or giving input on what I thought I was giving.
Yeah, we're not voting here. We're just
on 2164. I'm fine with paralleling what the City Association did. And what was the other one that we're looking at?
It was AB 1944.
Can you scroll down, please, Andrea? Keep going. Should be, there's another letter somewhere. Maybe it's back the other direction. There we go. That's the other one.
Oh, this is the COVID-19. Yeah, I'm fine with paralleling the City Association in both.
Okay. Thank you very much.
As am I. I'll add that. I've scanned it too. So if you want, I would be willing to do that as well.
Councilmember Liang, my colleague, do you want to query the council or make any other comments before we?
They had a chance to scan the letters. Did they want to scan 932 again? So we can take care of that while we're at it. Do we want to post it up? Do you guys or?
Councilmember Flagger indicated she was not going to be supportive of that at this time.
Okay, it was not a very long letter, and I noticed that they were able to scan these letters quite.
Yes.
Right. And that's a fair comment, Councilmember Liang. I do want to clarify the reason I feel comfortable with the scan of the letter on both of those two issues, 1944 and 2164, that is, believe it or not, I've actually kind of followed those. So those are not unknown to me. The other ones, just scanning the letters would not make me feel comfortable, but these I am familiar with.
Okay.
And Mayor, I just want to clarify my position on 932. I've not had an opportunity to read it closely, and especially because the subcommittee tailored it to Los Altos, where you're pulling from our complete streets master plan. I want to make sure that I'm comfortable with what it says.
Great. All right, then I think our business in this regard is completed. And we can move to tentative council agenda items. I think Councilmember Flagger beat you. Councilmember Weinberg, you'll be second.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually looked closely at our tentative council agenda this past weekend. And I just have a couple of questions and I think corrections or additions to the tentative council calendar. And I'll start with the first page. I think we need to add the date for the regular council meeting. I think it should say May 10th. It gives the impression that we're doing all of that on May 3rd. And I know that's not what it means, but someone could actually think we're doing all of that on May 10th, on May 3rd. And if I'm not making sense, Andrea or Mayor, please let me know.
Nope, we got it.
And then on the military equipment purchase, I wasn't sure what that item was and how it ended up on the tentative council calendar, so it caught my attention. And then continuing.
Wait, let's answer them one at a time if you don't mind.
Okay.
And
I think Catherine Kraus can chime in on this, but I can as well. There's AB 481 that is out there that we need to adopt. We need to commence the process of adopting policies and an ordinance about the use of military equipment. And the definition of this military equipment is very, very broad. And it's not just tanks and it's like bean bags. It's, you know, different types of strategic measures that the police can take in certain kinds of crowd controls and riots and all of that. So the city has commenced doing this. We are going to post these policies. We're going to post our policy within 30 days of bringing an ordinance to the council. And we are targeting May 10th was that. But we have commenced.
This is basically implementing a new state law.
Implementing a new state law, and we need to commence this by May 1st, which we have commenced. We've had, or we will have a community meeting where we will post policies online. So anyway, but we do need to do something on May 10th, and I've been working with Chief Galea and Captain Kraus about this.
Thank you.
Thanks, Julie. And then on the May 24th meeting date, it has returned to in-person council meeting, and it wasn't clear if this means we'll be discussing it at the May 24th meeting, or does this mean we will be returning to in-person meetings on May 24th?
And I believe it was a discussion item.
Thank you, Andrea.
Captain Kraus, did you want to say something?
Yes, Mayor. The military use policy is supposed to be on the agenda for May 24, not May 10th, because we just posted it on Friday and it needs to be up for 30 days. So May 24th is when that needs to be on council agenda, please.
Thank you. I'm sure that Mr. England will keep track of that.
It actually has it listed for May 24th, Captain.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, good, because I thought we were shooting for May 10th. That's okay.
Okay, so then on June 14th, we need to add the Cities Association appointments. We made the appointments, I think, December 14th, and we were going to check in again in 6 months. So I want to make sure that's on the calendar. So that should be on the June 14th date. And then the last thing I have is December 13th shows as the special reorg meeting. And I wanted to check if that's a typo, because normally we have the reorg meeting the first Tuesday, so I guess it would be December 6th. So is
Yes.
the reason why we're doing it on the 13th? And I'm sorry if I missed the explanation.
No, no. I think we did talk about this, but I'll just refresh your memory. When Mr. England was and I were working up the long-term agendas, he was concerned because of the date of the November election and the 30 days for certification of election results. And you will recall that there was an issue a few years ago about there not being election results certified in time to be able for us to have that first meeting as our reorg meeting. So it was his suggestion that we reverse those two meetings just because the November election date is so late, and that's threw it off. Otherwise, it meant spilling over into the holiday week. If we were to do it on the 13th and the 20th, which is the other option, is to make the reorg on the 13th and have the special meeting on the 20th as the first kind of quasi business meeting.
So I don't know if there is support, but my preference would be to list the norms date, because the norms say that first Tuesday, and then we play it by ear. And as you know, I am very familiar with this process, and it didn't get certified till January. So I'm not sure moving it out 1 week is really solving for that problem. So my preference would be, for planning purposes, that we keep December 6th as the reorg meeting per the norms. And then we'll see what happens. So that December 14th would be the next regular meeting that we normally have in December. So we don't go into the holidays for the next business meeting. So that would just be, that would be my request. I don't know if I need to make a formal motion at a future meeting.
Why don't we ask the city manager to take a look at that and then come back and chat at another meeting?
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Gabe. And then the last thing, I had spoken to the city manager about this, and I know it's being worked on, but if we could please add the PCI report to the tentative calendar, if we need to put it out till August, that's fine. I think it would be very helpful for the community to see that we're working on this PCI report. We used to have it on the tentative, and then it got taken off. And so I know staff is working on it, and they're going to bring it to us as soon as it's completed.
Mr. England, aren't they going to have something about that as part of the budget presentation?
PCI report's a 2-year requirement by the state. It was due in January of 2020. I'm not sure what happened or how we missed it, so we're working on it right now. And we hope to have it later this year, but we don't have a date yet.
Okay.
Can we put it just on that list, the future agenda topics to be scheduled, Mr. England? Just so it's there. Thank you.
Is that it, Councilmember Flagger?
That's it.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Weinberg, I said you were next.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have anything on the tentative calendar. I do have a brief report and some proposed future agenda items. Is this the appropriate time to do those?
Sure.
Okay. Report. I'm happy to say that last week, the Cities Association elected me unanimously to serve as the North County Cities representative on the Emergency Area Operations Council. So I'm happy to say that I'm going to be serving on that. And I wanted to publicly thank the mayor who moved my nomination forward with some very kind words. So thank you very much for that.
You're welcome.
I also want to let the council know that the Public Safety Facilities Subcommittee is going to be meeting later this week. It is entirely possible, if not probable, that we will have something to report on May 10th. But until we meet on Thursday, I don't think we can say that for sure. I do have 3 items that I would like to propose as future agenda topics. One of them is the Complete Streets Master Plan. Is that going to be coming onto our consent calendar anytime in the very near future?
So believe we are making the changes council suggested, and then we'll bring it back after that. And it should be on consent at that point, yes.
And any idea how long that'll take?
I'd have to check in with engineering.
Okay. And then before you go anywhere, city manager, I would love for us to take action as a council to do something about the problem of a lack of hot water and the insufficient electrical panel at the Grant Park Community Center. Is that something that should be its own separate item, or can we put that on as a proposed CIP to the budget? This has been going on a long time, and I think it's time that we addressed it.
I think we could talk about obviously a standalone item if council desired that, or we could bring it forward as part of the budget process as well, which we're scheduled for both meetings in June currently.
Yeah, my preference actually is, I believe that the staff is working on that as an integrated part of the budget process, and I'd prefer to let it work that process. But maybe Mr.
makes a lot of
can make a note that we really do want to have that indicated as part of the budget process.
That makes a lot of sense.
Okay, I think you're piling on all the rest of us, Mr. Weinberg. That we've been harping about that one for years. Maybe you'll push us over the edge here.
Well, let's see. The last item that I'd like to bring up is a review of the open government policy. The first sentence of section 9 of our policy reads, and I quote, "This open government policy will be reviewed by the city council at the first meeting in May each year."
Yep.
I think this was adopted back in 2019, and I don't believe that it was reviewed in either 2020. Well, I'm sure that we didn't do it last year. I don't think it was reviewed in 2020 either. But the policy does mandate that we review it at our first meeting in May. So I think we should abide by that.
I know we reviewed it in 2020 because I was a part of that effort. And the committee has scheduled a meeting tentatively for Friday, but may have to reschedule that to be prepared to bring something forward in accordance with our policy.
Well, but the policy says that the council is going to review it at the first meeting in May, not the subcommittee.
Our usual practice is or the practice during the 2 years that I was on this committee with Mayor Pepper, and before that or after that, I can't remember. I did it for 2 years, was that the committee met and went through and brought forward any suggested changes, then had an open discussion with council to see whatever else council might be interested in. And then if that meant that the committee went back and incorporated all that and then brought back final recommendations. That's the process we used the first 2 years when I was a baby brand new council member. So that was what I was assuming we would do. But Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I'm gonna, well, we're not necessarily making a motion, but I'm gonna tag on to what Councilmember Weinberg said, because the city attorney forwarded this open government policy to all of us as a result of the request for the agenda item regarding story polls, which then I think you said would go to the open government committee. So having read this, I mean, it does clearly state, I think it's actually section 8, Councilmember Weinberg, that, I mean, the first meeting is May is the next meeting. So the open government policy will be reviewed by the city council at the first meeting in May. So I would like to see it happen. Maybe that's too short notice, but at least by the second meeting in May. And it also, interestingly enough, I thought, describes this as a pilot program. That's in section 7. So I don't think that, again, this came up because of the story poll policy. And now having read this, I myself learned more about the open government. So I think we should really try to stick with the policy for this pilot program as it describes it. And so I too would like to see that annual review.
I think that's, do you want something different than what I described? Because I've described the way I'm familiar with it, having operated in the past. which I think is also conforming to what's written there.
I'm sorry, can I ask you to repeat
Sure.
briefly, yeah, what you said?
The practice that I was taught when I was appointed to that committee the first time, and then I did this for 2 years, was that the Open Government Committee met, reviewed all outstanding comments that had come up over any period of time about items, issues, for example, story polls, which was mentioned, as well as anything that that committee thought ought to be discussed, and then met as an agendized item with council, said, this is what we as the committee have identified or have captured as things that have been of interest or concern. This is what we discussed and think based on our committee meeting, and what does council think, and what do you want to do? And then we went back and put together any amended language based on that meeting, and then brought it back for final approval.
I guess that's okay, though council as a whole may have a broader, take the discussion in a different way than you have in the committee, because of course you can have your recommendations. But I, for one, was surprised to read this policy and learn so much about it that I never had, that it's a pilot, that it's supposed to be reviewed annually, etc. So I think maybe one of the things the committee can address also before you come to the whole council, and again, I think that should be by the second week in May, since there is a specific schedule outlined in this policy, is the macro questions of, okay, again, this describes it as a pilot. So what do you think? So look at it from the higher level, not just the issues, but around the committee itself. How do you think it's been successful? Where could it improve? Do we still need the committee? So I want it to be not just the issue, the specific issues, but I want it to be introspective as to the committee itself.
Okay. I think we're in danger of drifting off into a place that the city attorney is about ready to turn on her microphone and tell us to stop talking.
Yeah, I'm just suggesting, I'm agreeing with your agenda item and adding.
That's fine. Thank you.
Others.
I'm muted.
Can hear
We
you.
were getting into a discussion, but
Yep. See, I said, I knew you were going to do it right up to the edge. There comes the city attorney. Okay, let's see. Anything else, Vice Mayor?
No, that was just, I agree with your describing of the agenda, and I added, additional to that
Sure.
future agenda item.
Any other topic of any other sort?
No.
Okay. Councilmember Lee Eng.
Okay, I have some future agenda items. Do you want me to do that first?
Sure.
Since we're on that topic. So tonight we had the Red Cross that did share some information. So when we get that blood drive information, can we put that on the website as well as the city manager update as to when the blood drive is? Another
And
thing is,
I'd also like to see it going out on our Facebook announcement, if that's appropriate.
do we have Facebook announcement?
Yeah, we have Facebook.
Oh, I didn't know. I don't have Facebook, so I wouldn't know. So thank you. The other thing is, then I think we have a Twitter account. Maybe they can Twitter it out too. So don't forget for our next meeting, if we can get that Homestead Corridor letter of support, please. We have that sample letter from Summidian. That should.
Yes, I've already discussed that with the city manager and about having that on consent for the next meeting.
Okay. It's the other thing I hope we can agendize, or I'd like to have a discussion for, please, is that we seem to, as we review these projects coming before us, we seem to lack or can't really make decisions because we don't have an economic analysis. So I'd like to agendize for discussion about how we can have an economic consultant that we could use, and have projects possibly get, or information get possibly reviewed so we can take better positions on. We have a consultant on design and peer review for design. So somehow if we can, I'd like to understand better and see how we can make this happen. Could I get a support for discussion? Because
I think the precursor to that may be something from the city attorney about updating what the current status of case law is with respect to pro formas and all of that. And then maybe once we have a notion of where we stand legally, we can decide what we really can do or how we want to proceed. But I think it's good for us probably to get an update on what the parameters are legally, because I don't know about the rest of you, but I was a little bit surprised by some of what I read about the most recent case.
Okay. And
So
then
we can do that. That will be no problem.
That would be helpful.
after tonight's review of the design, the plan before us, it was clear that we need to update our codes for accessories and make it consistent with all our districts, or see how we want to apply that to various districts. So I just think that because we don't have clear policy or code, things just are going to happen because we have not addressed it.
Well, there's a long list of things that we ought to be doing with our code.
Okay, can we add that to the list?
We can add that to the list.
Thank you. Tonight in our study session was obvious that we're going to need more meetings to either clean up and prepare our housing element before submission. Since that will require a contract amendment, where are we, City Manager England, on how we're going to do this? What's our timeline? And are we bordering on, we really need to discuss this in preparation to get all our meetings in order? Or do we have a lot of times because we still have a lot of meetings left on our contract?
I believe we're still at the minimum amount of meetings plus one. We are, as I understand it, at the end of the contract hours to make it through where we're at today. We could likely amend the contract to add meetings if council wanted us to at a time and materials cost, assuming that the consultant also agreed and would like to add the additional meetings.
So do we have to agendize it? If so, I'd like to request that and get some support that we have that agendized for discussion.
I guess my question, Councilmember Flagger, do you have a comment about this particular issue, or is it something else? I guess maybe Mr. England, knowing that that's an issue, maybe you can come back to us at our next meeting and tell us whether or not you feel we're going to need to amend the contract, or what we might need to do, or what's the smart thing to do so that we don't end up backed in a corner.
Yeah, I think, Mayor, we may want to look at that either in the subcommittee setting or at the full council, potentially after it's went to HCD the first time, or certainly after maybe the Planning Commission the first time.
Okay.
Okay. I have a couple more things to report out. I attended the pickleball party at Grande Park that occurred on April 13th. The turnout was great. The staff did a wonderful job. That temporary pickleball court at Grande Park is wonderful. Perhaps we could have those temporary pickleball court at Grande Park once a month, just to reintroduce the game and get the seniors involved again. And everyone who attended had a lot of fun. It was very popular. So it'll be interesting to see, all the pickleball courts popping up soon. And I understand next week there's going to be signage about what's coming at our other courts. I attended the Valley Water District meeting, and there is some recommendations regarding adoptions for some ordinances that we can do regarding water saving measures. So I'd be following up on that, and then I'll bring that back to council and with some recommendations. The water district is encouraging people to only water their lawn 2 days a week because of the drought, and avoid midday watering. And to remind everyone that there's an e-cart at the water district website to get some wonderful things that you could do to help you with this drought situation that we're all facing. And once again, more information regarding the landscape rebate program that they are offering. So that's my report out. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Flyer.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'm sorry, I know it's getting late. You mentioned a list related to amending the code, and I just wanted clarification about what list are you referring to?
It's a list I have of things that we've all talked about. It's one of my mayor jobs. Things that have come up that people have mentioned that we've either said, kind of tossed off and said, oh, well, we'll cover that when we do the housing element, or, we're going to do that after we do the housing element, or.
Okay. So this is your list. You're keeping track of these things, and you're Councilmember Lee Eng's suggestion to your list.
No, but also, I think when we did our retreat with our former council members, we always had that in other things that we had in the parking lot. So don't forget that. We had a whole bunch of lists that was in the parking lot that we had.
That was the old council.
That's the old council, and I'm not keeping track of that list. I'm only keeping track
but there's some stuff on the parking lot there that we never addressed. So do we just let it go now and say, okay, that was the old council?
That was the old council.
Okay, because some of those parking lot lists I still have in my mind that we still need to address too. So, okay, thank you.
Okay. And Councilmember Flyer and I were at the opening of the farmers market. So that was a great time. And other meetings are, all the normal meetings, and I don't have anything to add to what you all have done. So I'm going to turn this over to Mr. England if he has anything to add.
Nothing to add tonight, Mayor.
Okay. And I'm going to do my boohoo here as we sign off and say goodbye to our city clerk, and absolutely wish you the best. And remind the rest of you to go sign the proclamation so we can get that to her before she actually waltzes out the door. Andrea, we will really miss you. Thank you for everything.
Thank you very much. And it has been an honor and a privilege and a pleasure to serve Los Altos again.
And you have no more late meetings ahead of you. Good night.
Thank you, Andrea. Good night.
Good night.
Thank you, Andrea.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Thank you and good night.
Thank you. Good night.